Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Get more with Geico. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual Insurance, Planning, Investments. Now, here's Joe Weil.
After a rainout yesterday, we play 2 today at Fenway Park as the Red Sox begin their 4-game series this afternoon against another slumping AL East team in the Baltimore Orioles. From the WEEI studios in Boston, I'm Joe Weil, and this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. The beauty of living in New England, 50-degree temperature, right? And here we are in late May. Sox playing 2 today against the Orioles. Sox come into this one 25-26 on the year. And right now they sit in 3rd place in the American League East, 6 games back of the New York Yankees. But how about the Orioles? 16-32. They're good for the 2nd worst record in the American League and tied for the 3rd worst winning percentage in baseball. They're only ahead of the Colorado Rockies, who are 8-42, and the Chicago White Sox. Not to mention they've canned their manager, Brandon Hyde, and Tony Mansolino. He now takes over on an interim basis. So we'll see if the Sox can take advantage of the Orioles in this series here at Fenway Park. Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks, they have the call today. Adam Jones and Rich Keefe, they're still sticking around. We'll talk about today's lineup and Trevor Story's spot in the lineup today. But first pitch for Game 1, it's set for 1:35, and first pitch is brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. And one of the biggest questions coming into this series is can the Sox unlock their offense against this Baltimore pitching staff? And here are some of the numbers. The O's have the 2nd worst team ERA in the sport at 5.47. Their starting ERA, it's even worse than that. It's at 5.93. So they can take solace, this being the Orioles, that they're ahead of one team. And again, it's that 8-42 Rockies team that's currently on pace for 136 losses. But the overall numbers for the Red Sox offense in May, they're not terrible. They're 12th in average, 11th in slugging percentage, and 20th in on-base percentage. They're averaging 4 runs a game, but they have scored 1 run in 3 games this month, 2 runs in 4 games this month, 3 runs in 3 games this month, and 4 runs in 2 games this month. And they ended up taking 2 out of 3 against the New York Mets, but they scored just 6 runs in this series. And on Wednesday, the team only scored once as the Mets salvaged the series finale. And here is the play of Wednesday's game, brought to you by Nissan. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show and kickstart your summer with Nissan. These offers are going fast at the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today.
2-2 pitch. Beatty swings and slaps it to left. Duran bolts back and has to play it off the wall. It bounds into the corner. Duran scores. Taylor's right behind him and beats the throw. And it's a 2-run single for Brett Beatty in the 7th. And the Mets have the lead 3-1.
And those runs that were ultimately tagged to Liam Hendriks' final line, who allowed 3 runs in the game. And he now has a 5.56 ERA in 11 appearances. Now, he did speak today about some death threats he got online. We'll play you some of that sound a little bit later on in our pregame coverage. But tough spot for the Sox bullpen in that game after Walker Buehler got ejected on Tuesday. And then the team limited Garrett Crochet to just 85 pitches. So the Mets end up winning the series finale 5-1. Boston's now 1-5 in home starts made by Garrett Crochet as well. So they haven't quite taken advantage of the ones in which their ace has been on the bump at home. And the Sox at home this year, they're 14-12. Now looking to take a series against an Orioles team that they did take 2 out of 3 against earlier this year. And it's time now to get you today's starting lineups, which are brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Here's the 9 for the Orioles. It's Jackson Holliday. He leads things off. He's at second. Adley Rutschman batting second. The catcher in this one, he's hitting only .213 this year as the Orioles offense, as bad as their pitching has been, their offense also has just not been on par for what it's been the last couple years. Gunnar Henderson, he bats third. He's the DH. Ryan Mountcastle, he bats fourth. He's at first. Ryan O'Hearn, he's in left, batting fifth. Ramon Urias bats sixth. He's at third. 79 looking like this. Cedric Mullins in center field. Heston Kjerstad, he is in right. And then Jorge Mateo rounds out the 9 as the shortstop. Let's get you the 9 now for the Red Sox. It's Jarren Duran. He leads things off. He's in left field. Rafael Devers once again in the 2 spot as the DH. He leads the AL among designated hitters and wins above replacement. Alex Bregman batting third. Golden sombrero. First time in his career on Wednesday. So he'll look to rebound from that. Obviously, he's had an awesome season. With a left-hander on the bump for the Orioles and Cade Povich, which we'll get to a little bit later on, it's Rob Refsnyder in the 4th spot. He's out in right field. Now, this is a surprise just to see based on how poorly he has been at the plate. Trevor Story batting 5th. He's the shortstop. He's got a 130 average over the last 25 games. And then right after him, it's Carlos Narvaez, the catcher. He's been red hot recently, batting 6th. It's the highest he's ever started in a lineup in his big league career. And after him, Nick Sogard at first base. Christian Campbell batting 8th for the first time this season, lowest he's ever hit in his career. He's the second baseman, and hitting after Sogard, who's playing first base. He's still on track, this being Campbell, to ultimately get some reps in big league games at first base, still working through all that. And then Cedon Rafaela rounding out the 9, and he is in center field. And now I bring in Adam Jones and Rich Keefe. And guys, great to be with you both. I will say, for the Twitch people, for both of you guys, I have been told that I look like each of your sons at one point.
How about that?
Wow.
Yes.
The love child of Jones and Keefe. I can see that. You have all of our best features.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Apologies to you, Joe.
Lucky me. No,
You
lucky
can't
me.
unsee it.
Holy
now.
smokes. Wow.
But I wanted to tee it up to you guys because Trevor Story batting 5th. It's a left-hander on the hill.
Sure.
It's been much better against them. But what was your reaction when you saw that?
I mean, it speaks to where the lineup is at. You mentioned Christian Campbell really struggling, so he's had to slide down because normally you would say, all right, Refsnyder's in there. Campbell can move up from wherever he was. Because after that, like, what do you want? Nick Sogard hitting higher, Rafaela hitting higher. The only thing maybe you could quibble with is, put Narvaez up one spot and have Story hit 6th. But still, you're asking a lot out of him. As long as he's still there, I'm ready for Meyer to just take over Story's spot. That might be a separate conversation from what we got today. But Story is in an unreal funk, or is this just what he is? Like, I don't even since he's been with the Red Sox, it's more this than anything else.
No, 100%. And it is a terrible lineup. Like, I don't know what Cora has for options on the big league club, but this is a horrible lineup. I know Rob Refsnyder hits against lefties, but he's your cleanup hitter.
Mm-hmm.
He should not be hitting cleanup in the big leagues anywhere. I get your point about Christian Campbell. He is really struggling, maybe even more so than Trevor Story. So, okay, if he's hitting, he's probably your cleanup hitter. You got to bury him right now because they're ping-ponging him all around, infield, outfield, working on first base. So then Trevor Story's your 5-hitter. Like, this is a terrible, awful lineup. Cora doesn't have any options. Fine. Well, then call up Meyer.
You get 2 guys
Call up
down there.
Anthony. I know they're left-handed. I get all that. But call these guys up. You're going to have way more options on this team because look at some of the names in there. Nick Sogard, Christian Campbell Scuffling, Trevor Story, Rob Refsnyder, all due respect.
I got some Story stats.
That's a terrible, terrible lineup. What?
Story stats. Joe, I'm sure you've seen a bunch of these now. Like, there's all the ones about him just being, like, dead last in OPS for the month and all these things. All guys that, like, qualify. I was shocked to see, for the season, and he's been an everyday player, he has 2 doubles. 2 doubles for the whole season. I was like, he has 1 extra base hit in the last, like, 25 games.
They either leave the yard or they're not going for extra bases for the most part.
He has 6 home runs. He has 2 doubles. He's hitting .228 with an OPS of 603. Shout out to New Hampshire.
Nice.
He's got a 603 OPS, which is just atrocious. I'm not even sure how great he's fielding the position, and he's certainly not hitting at all. You can't rely on him at the plate. He's been a big-time struggle. So there's been so much conversation about, Meyer's playing second base in Worcester, and maybe Campbell will play first base. Why is Story blocking Marcelo Meyer at this point?
Well, on top of that, you just asked what is he doing defensively. So he's actually below average defensively right now. Look, according to like the advanced metrics, outs above average.
I wish he just hit below average. That'd actually be a massive improvement.
Yeah, right.
But he's not even, to your point, he's not even helping
He's
defensively.
not even helping them defensively, according to like the advanced metrics. And that to me is what makes this an even bigger problem and even more uncomfortable because he's still on the books set to make $25 million for the next 2 years. But all the options of what you can do, especially if it continues to go this way. It's like, there's a part of me that thinks having him at first base actually makes more sense than Christian Campbell. Because, and I was talking to you guys a little bit before we hopped on, with Christian Campbell, you think about the situation he's in. Big league pitchers have adjusted to him for the first time. So, actually, he's got a negative WAR for the season because
he's fallen off.
As fun as that story
it was a good hot start.
Right.
No, he's cool,
and
big time.
I think he'll eventually figure it out. But he still hasn't figured out second base. They're still throwing him in the outfield, too.
Right.
Like, there's so much going through his mind right now. if I'm Story, and especially with the way my value continues to decrease for this team, why not go up to the coaching staff and say, hey, I'll play some first base on this team?
This is the same guy who he did play second for a year.
And he was good defensively second base.
Yeah, he was good.
Makes sense. He has a ton of range over there.
He was waiting
shortstop.
He was ready to kick Bogarts out of there.
So he did it because he got a contract he wouldn't have got anywhere else. This is also the same guy who wanted to stay in Worcester instead of coming up to the big club. So I don't know. I mean, I don't think he's as bad of a teammate as, say, Devers, who won't even have the conversation, is outright refusing to do it. But I think he's probably closer on that scale than a guy like Campbell who's doing whatever the team asks.
You're one of the 5 best prospects in baseball waiting to go. And at the beginning of the year, you're like, all right, is it going to be injury that sort of paves the way for Anthony or Meyer to come up, or is it going to be performance? And right now, I mean, you could make the case performance at any spot. Like, there's room for these guys anywhere. You don't even have a first baseman, and I know those guys aren't.
And with Cassis, that's indirectly an injury that's opening up a spot. So, no, to your point about Campbell, I think they're on the fast track to ruining him, which sounds like an exaggeration, and there's a long way to go, but how would you screw up a kid like this? Well, you call him up too quick, you put too much on his plate, you bounce him all over the infield, you don't give him a position. Like that is how you would screw up a prospect. And so maybe he'll figure it out. We can wager on that, and I probably believe in him long-term too, but they need to back off instead of putting more on this kid. They already took away playing corner outfield. They knew that was way too much too early. They're teaching him first base.
They clean up some games.
Right, exactly.
They were like, oh, this guy's doing great. Let's go. He should just play second, hit eighth, and just move on. Now, I advocated for him playing first, but that was more because I thought Story might be your shortstop. That was a couple weeks ago.
Right.
Like, no, he probably shouldn't be either.
Now there's a massive hole there.
Also, Story leads the American League in strikeouts. So one of the big issues we were talking about earlier is just this team strikes out at such an alarming rate.
Yeah.
But he's the face of it. So it's one thing if Devers strikes out, but then he also hits a home run and drives into. You're like, all right, I'll take the strikeout. But Trevor Story can't be hitting such a low average, just unproductive at bats, and striking out at an alarming rate.
Here's a question I have for you guys, and we just brought up the lineup. Looking through it, especially on days like this, and you're like, at the beginning of the season, I'll be honest, I thought this team was going to win the American League East.
Sure, there's nothing wrong with that.
We're 51 games into the year.
I had him winning the pennant. So like it got away from me. Obviously,
win 90 games.
Yeah, I thought they'd be way better than that.
Were our expectations too high? That's a question I have for you.
No,
guys.
they're under.
Or is it just the underachievement?
No, they're underachieving.
I think it's an underachievement. I think if you look at the lineup top to bottom, Bregman's having an all-star year. Devers has turned it around. After that, nobody is. There's been a couple of weeks of Campbell, a couple of weeks of, I know he's not in the lineup today, but like Willie or Abreu. But overall, that's been a letdown. I think the starting rotation outside of Crochet has completely underachieved. And then the bullpen's been up and down. And then Cora's had a bad year. So you add all that together, that's why they're 500.
So, I mean, were my expectations too high? Maybe. Winning the pennant might have been too high. But this team should be a playoff team in their sleep.
They should be better than last year.
Yeah, exactly. And last year they were 500, and we kind of forgot, Keith, when we were watching the Clubhouse on Netflix, like how
we were the only ones that watched.
No,
that,
we were. Were you on that list, Joe? Okay. Joe was on there. 3 people watched that.
I think we all got in there a little bit.
Yeah, that's because we were all on it.
And so, right, we're just vain people, it turns out. And so, I forgot kind of how far over 500 they were as late in the year as they were. You figured with that group, if that group could go 500, and you add Bregman,
who's been good,
who's been awesome,
Crochet
and Chapman. Yeah. So, like, if you told me they were underachieving before the year, I'd go, oh, well, Bregman must have been terrible. Or, wow, I mean, I guess Crochet's hurt, and Chapman I didn't expect much out of. He's been way better than I thought. So I would assumed all the newcomers would be the ones who were underachieving. No. You're adding all these guys to the team that was 500 last year. They're all doing their part. Now, that's a massive underachievement, and the manager is very, very high on that list for me as well.
All right, so we'll see how it plays out here against the Orioles. We got a minute left before I have to let you guys go. I wanted to hit on this. Did you guys see in Worcester they celebrated, it was belated, but they celebrated Roman Anthony's 21st birthday?
No.
What'd they do?
They had some of the players play some Pong in the dugout.
I like that.
Do you guys remember your 21st birthdays?
I remember mine well.
Yeah, I was in Florida. It was spring break. I was in Florida, and I remember having my real ID for like the first time. Not that I ever dabbled in the fake IDs, but I had a real ID. Not the real ID, but like my actual Rich Keefe ID.
Yes.
And like going to the bar on the day of my birthday, and the guy was like, "You got to wait." Like I had to wait till midnight because it was the day before, and I was like, so I had to stand there for a little bit.
You're not 21, bro.
But yeah, I do remember it.
I remember mine too well. I was at the Bean Pot. I was there for Northeastern. I was working in the stats and info department. Very cool.
How about that?
At Northeastern. I was
Amazing.
about
Must've
to
been a
turn
real
21.
party.
It was the championship game. It was Northeastern and BU. I'm like, Northeastern's going to win their first bean pot in forever, which only people that go to these schools care about. No one else cares.
No.
And they've won a bunch since then. Brag.
Yeah.
But I'm like, they're going to win their first bean pot since the 80s on my 21st
On your
birthday.
birthday.
I'm turning 21. This is going to be awesome.
It'll never get better.
They lost to BU. I went home and didn't have a drink. That was my 21st birthday. Very classic.
Very memorable,
Classic
though.
on-brand Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But memorable nonetheless.
Yeah.
Well, boys, great to be with you. And,
Thank you, sir.
And yes, I'm your love child, apparently.
Apparently.
According to our Twitch
Nice.
feed.
Not bad.
Good looking, older than I would have thought. But yeah. Yeah. Don't do the math on that.
Before your 21st birthday is when you had them.
Exactly. Appreciate the time, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Jones, Rich Keefe, again, we're getting you set here for Red Sox versus Orioles. This is game one of a doubleheader, game one of a 4-game set. And in about 15 minutes, we will hopefully have some sound from Alex Cora, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles Ford from America for America. But coming up next, we'll get you more of today's pitching matchup and break down the matchup between Brian Bayo and Cade Povich as we continue to get you set for game one of this doubleheader. First pitch coming up in about 40 minutes from Fenway Park. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Sometimes when life brings you change, you also have to change your health coverage. Like when you're having a baby, or getting married, or turning 26 and aging off your parents' plan, or even when you're no longer covered by insurance you had through your job. At HealthSource RI, we can help you change coverage to keep up with these life changes and others. Learn about all the life events and changes that may qualify you for health coverage at healthsourceri.com.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
All right, fellas, remember when your energy was through the roof and your sex drive could chase down a cheetah? Yeah, let's bring that guy back. Live Good Vitality is packed with clean, natural ingredients to help boost testosterone, energy, and, well, bedroom enthusiasm. Get the best men's hormone support and all of your highest quality supplements without the crazy markups at livegood.com. Live Good Vitality. Feel good, play hard, and, score often.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Joe Wild with you inside the WEEI Red Sox studios. It is the Sox versus the Orioles. Game one of the series at Fenway Park. Game one of a 4-game set. Boston 25-26 overall. The Orioles 16-32 coming into action today. And it's time now to bring you today's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. And it's Brian Bayo. He's on the hill for the Sox in this one. 2-1, 4.02 ERA in 6 starts. And then opposite of him for the Orioles, it's the left-hander Cade Povich, who is 1-3 with an ERA of 5.23 in 8 starts. And Bayo is hoping to give the Sox at least 5 innings in this start, which he hasn't been able to do in each of his last 3. And now, adding on top of this, he's historically not a good day game pitcher. So he has a 3.86 ERA in 51 career outings at night, but during day games, for whatever reason, he's got a 5.54 ERA in 26 outings, 25 starts. And the last time he pitched was on Sunday, which was a day game against the Braves, and he ended up allowing 10 hits and 7 runs in 4 1/3 innings. He walked 5 in that one, too, and struck out 3 in the loss. So you look at the overall numbers, he's tossed 31 1/3 innings, and he has given up 34 hits and has walked 19 while striking out just 20. So you add all this up, his whip of 1.69 is 133rd out of 136 starting pitchers with at least 30 innings thrown this year. And then his walk rate of 13.4%. That is 135th out of 136. So he's having trouble locating, which is why he's been hit as hard as he has been. And then on top of that, has walked as many guys as he has. But what's also interesting, and another thing to watch today, is the changeup, which is over 3 miles per hour faster on average than it was 2 years ago. So that's been concerning. And we'll see if he can get some of this stuff straightened out here against the Orioles, who come in 24th in the sport in average, 26th in on-base percentage, and only 18th in slugging percentage. Yet on top of that, they have the third worst strikeout rate in all of Major League Baseball. So we'll see if Bello can take advantage of the Orioles. In his career, 4-2 with a 3.66 ERA across 6 starts against Baltimore. As for Cade Povich, it's the second time he's facing the Red Sox of this season. He got tagged for 3 runs on 5 hits and 4 1/3 innings back on March 31st. It's his second year in the big leagues. Only 25 years old, but he has been worth negative 0.4 wins above replacement this year. He goes with a mix of four-seamer, curveball, sweeper, changeup, sinker. Right-handed hitters hit him really well to the tune of a 304 average, 876 OPS. So that's why you have Rob Refsnyder, who has gone deep against him, batting 4th. Of course, you got Alex Bregman in the 3 spot ahead of him, and then Trevor Story batting 5th, another right-handed bat, followed by Carlos Narvaez. Sogor gets switched to that side as well, and then Campbell and Rafaelis. You have 7 straight right-handed batters up against Cade Povich in this one. We'll see if they can do some damage against the Baltimore starter today. You can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI, brought to you by Subaru of New England. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Coming up next, we will hear from Liam Hendriks, who had a chance to speak today about some of the death threats he had been receiving online after his last performance on the mound. So we'll play that sound for you. That's presented by your New England Ford dealers. I'm Joe Weil. Again, we're getting you set for Red Sox versus Orioles. First pitch coming up at 1:35 today here in Game 1 of a doubleheader at Fenway Park. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Lowe's sabe que ahora más que nunca buscas el precio más bajo. Por eso, cuenta con nuestra garantía de precios bajos para obtener lo que necesitas a precios competitivos para tus proyectos. Y si encuentras un artículo igual a un precio más bajo que califica, te lo igualaremos. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Igualación de precio aplica al artículo igual con un precio actual en tiendas calificadas. Aplican términos y exclusiones. Detalles en lowes.com/garantía precios bajos.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
All right, fellas, remember when your energy was through the roof and your sex drive could chase down a cheetah? Yeah, let's bring that guy back. Live Good Vitality is packed with clean, natural ingredients to help boost testosterone, energy, and, well, bedroom enthusiasm. Get the best men's hormone support and all of your highest quality supplements without the crazy markups at livegood.com. Live Good Vitality. Feel good, play hard, and, score often.
Your dream getaway
Welcome in.
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, Afoxolaner, Moxidectin, and Pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sometimes when life brings you change, you also have to change your health coverage. Like when you're having a baby, or getting married, or turning 26 and aging off your parents' plan, or even when you're no longer covered by insurance you had through your job. At HealthSource RI, we can help you change coverage to keep up with these life changes and others. Learn about all the life events and changes that may qualify you for health coverage at healthsourceri.com.
Lowe's sabe que ahora más que nunca buscas el precio más bajo. Por eso, cuenta con nuestra garantía de precios bajos para obtener lo que necesitas a precios competitivos para tus proyectos. Y si encuentras un artículo igual a un precio más bajo que califica, te lo igualaremos. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Igualación de precio aplica al artículo igual con un precio actual en tiendas calificadas. Aplican términos y exclusiones. Detalles en lowes.com/garantía precios bajos.
Amazon has everything for every kind of birthday. Whether that's a 3-tier cake stand,
Happy birthday!
comet balloons for your son's space theme party,
Happy birthday!
or gifts like a karaoke machine for that friend who never stops singing.
Happy birthday to you!
From cake stands to karaoke machines, shop everything for every party on Amazon.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hi, this is Liam Hendriks. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. We are about 35 minutes out here from first pitch. Red Sox versus Orioles. Game one of a doubleheader today from Fenway Park. Sox looking to rebound from their loss on Wednesday against the Mets. They're 25-26. 6 games back of the Yankees for the top spot in the American League East. But the Orioles 16-32. Here in 2025. Joe Weil with you. We appreciate you joining us, and Liam Hendriks bringing us back into the pregame show. And Liam Hendriks was very outspoken on Instagram yesterday, and he detailed to everybody that he and his wife had received death threats. And so he spoke out on Instagram talking about, that threats were made against his life and his wife's life, and law enforcement had to get involved with this as well. And Liam Hendriks, he ended up speaking with the media today about all this. And Liam Hendriks on WEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers. Hurry in to get employee pricing on the full lineup of vehicles, Ford from America, for America. And here is Liam Hendriks talking today with the media about those death threats that he talked about online yesterday.
What happened was this after the game? After the game the other day that you?
Yeah, I don't even think it was after the game. It started during, and obviously I didn't see it until after. But yeah, it's one thing, and unfortunately, it's rampant within sports. I've had people from different organizations. I've had people in different sports, different codes, reach out about their own experiences with it. I mean, I've had people that have had their home addresses leaked. The people it's a lot more deplorable than what we've had. I mean, we've had this in the past where it has gone a lot further into the legal system and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, this is one of those ones where it's this is almost a daily occurrence for almost everyone in this clubhouse, and that's the upsetting part. And it's not being controlled in the right way. I mean, this is continuing to happen, whether it be through Instagram, whether it be continue to be through Twitter or TikTok or any of the social media apps or anything like that. It's not being handled by any which way, and at some point, something's got to break, and it better not be any of the guys that are receiving this stuff.
How much worse has it gotten over the last year or so?
With the rise of sports gambling, it's gotten a lot worse. Unfortunately, that tends to be what it ends up being, whether it be Venmo requests, whether it be people telling you in their comments that it's like, hey, you blew my parlay, go f*** yourself, kind of shit. And then it's go hang yourself, you should kill yourself, I wish you died from cancer. That one kind of hit a little too close to home for me with everything I've gone through. So this is one thing that, like, the more people need to talk out about this so we can get some sort of action, some sort of response, and some sort of repercussions for the people doing it, whether they're burner accounts, whether they're real accounts. I mean, this is something that is deplorable, and in an act of, like, there needs to be some sort of punishment so that people can think twice before they start doing this stuff.
Liam, you said this isn't the first time, and obviously your teammates have experienced it as well. Why did you feel it was important to post what you posted?
I said enough is enough. Like, at some point, like, everyone just like sucking it up and dealing with it isn't accomplishing anything. We pass it along to MLB security, we pass it along to whoever we need to, but nothing ends up happening, and it happens again the next night. And so at some point, someone has to make a stand. And it's one of those things where the more eyes we get on it, the more voices we get talking about it, hopefully it can push it in the right direction. We can get something pushed across.
Do you think this is the right way to handle it, maybe moving forward amongst your teammates, or everybody an individual here?
Yeah, I don't think. I think we need to be a united front, but also I think someone needs to start it. It's something that, like, look, I'm as everyone is relatively well aware, I'm relatively outspoken in what I believe in, and I want to make sure that, like, if I can be the front runner, or if I can be the head of this, and there's other guys that can come from behind and not necessarily put their neck on the line with anything, then that's fine. I'll do that. But as I said, we need something to change, and obviously the way we've been doing it hasn't worked, and nothing kind of changed at all.
Some of these guys are kind of like keyboard warriors, right?
Without a doubt.
But have there been times where you have feared for your own safety and that of your wife?
Yes. Without a doubt. A lot of them are keyboard warriors, a lot of them are burner accounts. But we've had ones where they've specifically said, I'm going to come through your sliding door and slit your throat while your wife watches. We had a sliding door at the time. That was terrifying. They're, like, to the point where Oakland PD came through and swept our house to make sure that nothing was there that night. And so, like, it has escalated a lot further than what it was currently. Where I'm at now, I'm luckily in a secure building, so it's I'm not as concerned safety-wise, but when I go on the road, yeah, I am concerned for my wife. It's like, if she's there alone or anything like that, yeah, it does raise those issues. And it's something that I think, yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of people reach out about potentially, whether it be private security firms, whether it be our own building, saying, hey, what can we do to help, or anything like that. So the outpouring of love has been fantastic, but at the end of the day, it's all well and good to have that outpouring of love, but we need to stop it and nip it in the butt before it gets to that point.
I mean, when you receive threatening messages, like, do you go through do you send all of them to MLB security or
not all of them? Mainly only the ones that I deem threatening. Mm-hmm. There's some that are like, yeah, just, you're an ass, you cost me, blah, blah, blah. Like, it sucks, but there's nothing in that. But yeah, when they say, like, I hope you kill yourself, go jump off a bridge, I hope you die in traffic, I wish cancer had killed you, kind of things like that, then yeah, those are the things that you kind of have to take a little more heed of, just because, yeah, they could be idle threats and they could be nothing. But the alternative is pretty dire. So we want to make sure everything is, and for all we know, it could be maybe they used a burner account, maybe they didn't, but maybe they can use the burner account they've used for 15 times to 15 different athletes, and all of a sudden it's enough where they can warrant trying to look into this. But yeah, at the end of the day, there has been no repercussions either from or any of these social media apps where, like, blocking accounts, it takes a long time to get that stuff done, or whether it be from MLB security about trying to figure out any sort of repercussion or any sort of way to get this done. I mean, but yeah, there's nothing else. Like, I'm just trying to rack my brain about what we can do, because at the end of the day, I think there needs to be repercussions for stuff like this.
Have you seen or heard any action taken by MLB security when you do send them?
I've had in previous experiences, there's been a couple things that have happened, but it's look, there's at the end of the day, what can you do if it's a burner account? They're like, oh yeah, we marked it, kind of thing. It makes it hard. And that's where I think the social media companies need to come on board and try and figure out a way to we can track IP addresses. They already do it. So you may as well use it for some good rather than just using it for data.
If this is, kind of regular pattern of behavior directed widely at players, how much of a stressor is that to regularly, do players become numb to it, or is there a cumulative, mental health cost that exists with kind of?
I mean, it's the same as stuff in stadium. You kind of become a little numb to it. You kind of become a little immune to it. But then as it piles up, it tends to push everything and get a little bit more inconvenient. It tends to kind of wear you down a lot more mentally as it goes along. I mean, we're already out here and we're already annoyed that we didn't succeed. We didn't do our jobs. We didn't do what we were supposed to do out there. So, everybody piling on isn't actually helping. It's generally making things a lot worse as far as us trying to go out there and do our job. But it's not something you think of on a daily basis, or for me, like a pitch-by-pitch basis or anything like that. I'm not worried about the online hate or the in-crowd hate or anything like that if I'm struggling that night. It's nothing you worry about then, but it's definitely it's you like to have I have social media for what we do off the field, and keeping in touch with people back home and all this sort of stuff. So it makes you wary about opening up those apps when all you're trying to do is get some semblance for me of home, or some semblance of just the normal, or just want to escape. I just had a bad game. I just want to escape, and I want to be mind-numbing right now, and that definitely takes you out of that and makes it a lot more scary.
All right, that's Liam Hendriks detailing some of the death threats that he received after his appearance on Wednesday. It's obviously extremely heavy stuff that he's talking about, but at the same time, I commend him for bringing light some of the threats that he and his fellow athletes receive. And Lucas Giolito told our Rob Bradford recently that he had gotten some of these death threats as well. They just have to stop. And I commend Liam Hendriks for speaking out about it and essentially saying enough is enough. And we'll get back to the baseball here in one moment. But again, just to commend Liam Hendriks for, again, being outspoken once again on an important issue like this, the death threats that he and the rest of his teammates receive at times from people after games. So we'll get back to the baseball, but I'm glad we got to play that here in our pregame coverage. And let's get back to it now. Let's get you today's starting lineups brought to you by Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Quickly give you the 9 for the Orioles. Jackson Holliday at second base leading things off. Adley Rutschman, the catcher. Gunnar Henderson, the DH. Ryan Mountcastle at first. Ryan O'Hearn in left. Ramon Urias bats 6. He's at third. 7-8-9 looking like this. Cedric Mullins, the center fielder. Heston Kjerstad in right. Jorge Mateo rounding out the 9 as the shortstop. 9 for the Red Sox today. It's Jarren Duran in left field, followed by Rafael Devers, the DH. Alex Bregman at third. Rob Refsnyder getting the start today and also batting cleanup against the left-hander Cade Povich. And then Trevor Story right behind him. Can a left-hander get Trevor Story going? He does have an 874 OPS against Southpaws this season. So let's see if that plays a factor in this one. Carlos Narvaez batting higher than he ever has. Batting in the 6th spot, he's the catcher. And then 7-8-9 looking like this. Nick Sogard at first. Christian Campbell down in the 8th spot today, playing second base. Cedon Rafaela rounding out the 9, and he is the center fielder for the Sox today. Brian Bayo on the bump for Boston, opposite of Cade Povich for Baltimore. Coming up next, we'll get you the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing. We'll also get you a quick Subaru of New England scoreboard update as well. And you can watch the Red Sox pregame show on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. A little love goes a long way in the 2025 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Sox versus O's coming up in about 20-ish minutes. I'm Joe Wild. This is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Comienza el verano con los ahorros de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Obtén 5 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Además, ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra $50 por cada compra de $500 en electrodomésticos selectos de $396 o más. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/28. Oferta de Mulch excluye Alaska y Hawaii. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
Ever walk into a room and forget why you're there? Misplace your keys more than you'd like to admit? Our brain slows down as we age. Protect it now while you still can with Live Good's Methylene Blue, the nootropic everyone's talking about to boost focus, memory, and mental energy. Live Good makes the purest, highest quality methylene blue. No fillers, no junk, just clean, brain-boosting power. Stay sharp, think faster, and protect your brain long-term. Go to livegood.com and shop all of Live Good's products at the lowest prices anywhere.
Your dream getaway
Welcome in.
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Next level pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one and done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef flavored chew, so you don't have to use next level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next level protection for your dog.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Amazon has everything for every kind of birthday. Whether that's a 3-tier cake stand,
Happy birthday!
comet balloons for your son's space-themed party, or gifts like a karaoke machine for that friend who never stops singing.
Happy birthday to you.
From cake stands to karaoke machines, shop everything for every party on Amazon.
Lowe's sabe que ahora más que nunca buscas el precio más bajo. Por eso, cuenta con nuestra garantía de precios bajos para obtener lo que necesitas a precios competitivos para tus proyectos. Y si encuentras un artículo igual a un precio más bajo que califica, te lo igualaremos. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Igualación de precio aplica al artículo igual con un precio actual en tiendas calificadas. Aplican términos y exclusiones. Detalles en lowes.com/garantía precios bajos.
What would you do if your online store converted 36% more shoppers? You could take 36% more vacation.
Another pina colada?
Yes, please.
Open a new retail location with 36% more square feet.
Fantastic.
Hire 36% more help.
You're hired and you're hired.
Shopify has the world's best converting checkout, up to 36% better than other e-commerce platforms. What you do with those extra sales is up to you. Switch to Shopify today at shopify.com/listen and get a $1 trial. Shopify.com/listen.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And this is the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Every game we have the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Listen in for that during the broadcast today. It's about the Red Sox rookies. Here's the lock of the game presented by Interlock Roofing. Never roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. My lock of the game, Rob Refsnyder with at least one knock against Cade Povich, who he's 4 for 7 against career lifetime with a double and a home run. Let's get you a quick Subaru of New England scoreboard update. There's a lot to love about the trusted 2025 Subaru Forester. Find yours at SubaruofNewEngland.com. The only other 2 games in the American League East today, Yankees on the road in Colorado. That's an 8:40 start time. They've won 4 in a row, that being the Yankees. And then Toronto and Tampa Bay go head-to-head at 7:05. Toronto 25-24 now on the year. You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Want to thank Joe Braverman. Great work behind the glass. I'm Joe Weil. Hang tight. Game 1 between the Sox and the O's is coming up next with Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks on the call on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Comienza el verano con los ahorros de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Obtén 5 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Además, ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra $50 por cada compra de $500 en electrodomésticos selectos de $396 o más. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/28. Oferta de Mulch excluye Alaska y Hawaii. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com.
Is Dad a golfer? Give him an advantage on the course this Father's Day with Shade-In Precision Eyewear. See Better, PlayBetter.com offers premium golf sunglasses at 20% off with code SPRING so he can play like the pros. Shade-In is so confident in their product that they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. Don't wait. His next course record is the gift you could give him this Father's Day. Visit SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and get 20% off with code SPRING today.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're thinking about GLP-1s for weight loss, listen up. You must make sure you're maintaining your muscle mass while you're losing weight. Otherwise, you can slow your metabolism and regain the weight. Almacid, a natural superfood protein shake, has been scientifically proven to preserve muscle mass. It optimizes and supercharges your metabolism so you can lose weight easily. Use Almacid with GLP-1s or as a natural alternative. Find out more and see the university studies at almacid.com. That's ALMASED.com.
Next Level Pet people give their dogs next level protection from parasites with NexGard Plus, afoxolaner, moxidectin, and pyrantel chewable tablets. The one-and-done monthly treatment protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. NexGard Plus comes in a tasty beef-flavored chew, so you don't have to use next-level tricks to get your dog to take it. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting preventative. Talk to your vet about NexGard Plus for next-level protection for your dog.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with AmexCST 10222318.
Lowe's sabe que ahora más que nunca buscas el precio más bajo. Por eso, cuenta con nuestra garantía de precios bajos para obtener lo que necesitas a precios competitivos para tus proyectos. Y si encuentras un artículo igual a un precio más bajo que califica, te lo igualaremos. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Igualación de precio aplica al artículo igual con un precio actual en tiendas calificadas. Aplican términos y exclusiones. Detalles en lowes.com/garantía precios bajos.
Amazon has everything for every kind of birthday. Whether that's a 3-tier cake stand,
Happy birthday!
comet balloons for your son's space-themed party,
Happy birthday!
or gifts like a karaoke machine for that friend who never stops singing.
Happy birthday to you!
From cake stands to karaoke machines, shop everything for every party on Amazon.
This is Red Sox baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios! Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over!
And the Red Sox win on a wall double by Devers.
Jump on his back, fellas, the Red Sox win!
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella. Here for good.
Devers is homered in 5 straight.
Buy Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks. Official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike 3 and no-hitter. 23-year-old Clay Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. CCLCO.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. C&S Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners, Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks.
What a gray and overcast afternoon. We welcome you to Fenway Park, where we play the first of 2 on this Friday afternoon with the Boston Red Sox hosting the woebegone Baltimore Orioles. Will Fleming along with Will Middlebrooks. The Sox washed out with a nor'easter coming through New England last night. And today, in Game 1, they'll hand the baseball to Brian Bayo. And then in the nightcap, Lucas Giolito, hoping to dodge more suspect weather later this evening. The Baltimore Orioles, the darlings of the AL East, the last couple of seasons come in a major rut. There's 16 games below 500. They fired their manager on Saturday. They got the acting manager, Tony Mansolino, and they've won just 2 of their last 10 games. The Sox will see Cade Povich in Game 1 and expecting to see another lefty, Tyler Rogers, in Game 2. Not nearly a full house. This should be a pretty small crowd. This unexpected start time at 1:35 here today at Fenway Park, and the Red Sox really could use a good one from Brian Bayo to start this day and to set the tone. Bayo has just completed his warm-up toss as he walks in out of that home bullpen in right field, along with his catcher, Carlos Narvaez, who moves up in the lineup. Campbell down. Red Sox trying to shuffle some things and find some consistency offensively against an Orioles team that comes in with the 3rd worst ERA in all of Major League Baseball. So the Red Sox in the home white unis welcome the Baltimore Orioles for the first of 2. It's cloudy, it's overcast, and the Red Sox looking to get some momentum after losing the finale from the New York Mets. Boston comes in 25-26, and all of a sudden the New York Yankees red hot. They start a series in Colorado tonight. New York 11 games above 500. So Boston begins play today 6 games out in the American League East. Trevor Story's back in there. He's hopping around in the grass in right field for the Boston Red Sox. He's just about set to line the first base chalk as the Red Sox and the Orioles prepare for this ballgame. Time now for the national anthem, which is brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers, helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one.
And now, here to perform the national anthem is a pediatric ambulatory nurse who cares for the community by blending clinical excellence with cultural compassion. From Boston, Massachusetts, please welcome Natalie Rodriguez Zapata.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Beautiful job by Natalie Rodriguez Zapata. The Red Sox and the Orioles, a much calmer day. It's still chilly and overcast, but we will have, at the very least, one and likely two ball games here today between the Red Sox and the Baltimore Orioles. Welcome in Will Middlebrooks, fresh off the Nesson pregame set. Brooksy, great to see you again. This feels like a really important turning point day. Chance to win a couple from a Baltimore team that has really not met expectations and a Red Sox team that is still really trying to find its footing.
Yeah, totally. And look, you're 3-3 on a 10-game homestand. There's got to be a sense of urgency at some point, right? You can't stay 500 or you're going to stay 500. Something's got to change inside that clubhouse. Your veteran leadership, somebody's got to stand up, and I'm sure this will happen at some point with the Bregmans and the guys that are in there. It's go time, right? You break the season down into three parts, and the first third, you're trying to figure out who you are. Second, third, you're trying to go get something to help yourself once the deadline gets here, and then you're going after it in the last third of the season. And right now, they're every bit of a 500 team, and something's got to change.
When you were in clubhouses in your major league career, did it actually play out that way? Did people, it's sort of at the third pole, start to feel that the season became a different thing?
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, it all depends on the team and then who's under that roof. But I think this team, and I think we believe it, I think the fan base believes it, or the pressure wouldn't be there for this team to win. I think what we've seen is not exactly who this team is. I think they're a better ball club than this. I think a lot of people think that. But there's got to be a little fire lit at some point.
We're not going to quote Bill Parcells, but the record is 25-26. And at some point, over really now the better part of half a decade, the Red Sox need to meet those expectations and put the results on the field. Time now for the Morgan & Morgan starting lineups, brought to you by America's largest injury law firm. Well, the Baltimore Orioles have not hit, they've not pitched, and that's why there's 16 games under 500 and 13 and a half behind the Yankees in the American League East. They fired their manager, Brandon Hyde. They have really been a train wreck. Injuries to the pitching staff and their additions just have not worked out on the mound. Jackson Holliday, the former #1 overall prospect in the game, had another shaky start to the season. He has started to swing the bat a little bit better. He leads it off as a left-handed bat. He's their second baseman, and he'll be the first to see Brian Bayo. Adley Rutschman, what in the world has happened to one of the young stars in the game? Rutschman did hit a 3-run homer 2 days ago in Milwaukee, swinging it a little bit better, but Rutschman has hit 8 home runs total since the All-Star break last year, and they are really fighting it with Adley. The switch hitter will bat from the right side against Bayo. He'll catch, and Gunnar Henderson, the designated hitter in Game 1, he'll bat third. Ryan Mountcastle, right-handed hitting first baseman, cleans up for the O's. And then Ryan O'Hearn, whose name has been sort of thrown about in some trade talks as the Orioles appear to be headed towards a real sell-off as they try to retool around this young core. Mountcastle bats fourth, and then Ryan O'Hearn bats fifth. He's in left field. Ramon Urias is the third baseman. He bats sixth. Cedric Mullins has been great. It's sort of interesting that they slot him this far down in the lineup. Mullins, red hot at the plate. He bats seventh. He's in center field. Heston Kjerstad is in right field, another left-handed hitter. He bats eighth. And Jorge Mateo, the Gold Glove winner, he bats ninth for the O's, and he's the shortstop. Meantime, for the Red Sox against Cade Povich, Jarren Duran will begin things. He's in left field. He has started to really swing the bat. Duran bats in front of Devers, who's the DH. He bats second. Alex Bregman, as always, is in the three-hole. He has destroyed left-handed pitching. He bats there, and he's at third base. Rob Refsnyder kills lefties and has owned Cade Povich. He cleans up, and he's in right field. Trevor Story gets another look in the five-hole. He's the shortstop. And then Carlos Narvaez, for the first time in his career, bats as high as 6 in the lineup. Boy, has he earned that. He catches and bats 6th. And then Nick Sogard bats 7th. He'll play first base. Christian Campbell, for the first time, bats 8th for the Red Sox. He is mired in a big-time funk at the plate. He bats in that 8-hole, plays second base. And then Ceddanne Rafaela rounds it out. He's in center field, and he bats ninth. The Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. And, Will, it's not often we talk about the speed of a secondary pitch as a determining factor, but Bello has started to throw that changeup so much harder. It has not been the same weapon, and I really think in this start where he needs to get ahead, get weak contact, the velocity of the off-speed is so important to monitor.
It is, but first things first, I need him to dominate with his fastball.
Yep.
Ultimately, we talk about the changeup and the lack of success, but I think that starts with not getting strike one, number one, and not being effective with his fastball at the bottom of the zone. Is at 333 batting average against the fastball, and if you look at the heat maps, it is middle, and every year over the last 3 years, it has gotten higher and higher and higher in the strike zone where you don't want a two-seam fastball. When he's at his best, fastball's bottom of the zone for strikes and ground balls, and the changeup will play off of that. But to your point, the changeup has been thrown much harder, which means less movement, and it blends right into the two-seamer, and you're not going to get as much weak contact.
That is the key for Bello. He's not a huge swing and miss guy. The strikeout rate is down. The walk rate is up this year, and they need a good one from him here today. Injury report brought to you by Catchus Law Group, champions for the injured with more than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders. The Red Sox made a deal yesterday for a minor league first baseman, and because of that, to make room, they put Masataka Yoshida on the 60-day IL. Masa was here today taking fly balls and swinging the bat a little bit, but it'll be a little while before we see Yoshida back on the active roster. So here we go. Bello blowing on his two bare hands. He's sleeveless today on a chilly day. Bregman flips him the baseball, and here comes Jackson Holliday. The Red Sox in those beautiful bright white home unis. O's black tops above gray pants. Holliday into the batter's box. And Bello trying to set the tone early. The first of two at Fenway. We're number 66 in red. Bello stretches, he throws, and the first pitch, fastball right there for a strike. 95, that's what you're looking for, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, velocity's great, but I am all over command. It's got to be about where he puts it in the strike zone. 95 doesn't surprise anybody anymore. You got to hit your spots.
0-1 to Holliday comes in 268. The pitch is popped up foul on the third base side. By now, everybody knows this kid's story. The son of Matt Holliday, the number 1 overall pick, revered universally as the best prospect in baseball a couple years running. Can't miss. He came up last year, and he did miss. Came up at the end of the season, was a little bit better than a rocky start to this season. He started to swing it a little bit better. He's got 6 homers and 18 driven in. Bello, 0-2. Here's the pitch, and it is chopped foul on the first base side. Talking to the people with the Orioles before the game, Will, this kid Holliday has bailed out big time against left-handed pitchers, but they tell us when he sees anything middle in, it has been hammered for a couple weeks run.
Yeah, especially lately. I mean, he's hit safely in a career best 8 games. He had extra base hits in 4 of his last 6, so seeing it decent.
0-2 is a fastball high and away, 1-2. Bello has not gotten out of the 4th inning through 5. in 3 consecutive starts, and they need length from him today. He's made 6 starts and only pitched 31 and a third innings. 1-2, swing and a miss. He got him. One of the great changeups he's thrown in a while. Beauty dove under the barrel of Holiday, and that's a big first out.
That was a really good sequence by Brian Bayo as well, because he was in with the fastball. He was sliders in off the hands. He went pitch two-seamer above the zone to change the eye level, and then that was a perfect changeup. It was at 90 miles an hour. It is firm, but it came out of the hand, looked like a fastball for the swing and miss.
Here's Adley Rutschman batting from the left side. 213 hitter. He takes a fastball up and away for ball 1. We got started here today under cloudy skies at 1:37 p.m., 55 degrees. Time and temp brought to you by Hatfield Marinated Pork, 1-0. Bayo sets, he throws, and Rutschman takes a strike. Backdoor slider, and it's 1-1.
That's a really good pitch, and really good pitch shape for Bayo. If he can throw that backdoor slider to lefties, play the changeup off of that, play the two-seam off of that, down and away is a great spot for him to live.
It's the same conversation we've been having for 4 years now with Bayo. The 1-1 is just a little low. Another slider. The stuff can be so electric. It's about strike throwing. It's about getting ahead and getting early contact.
Yeah, and that first one, the back door that came up as a slider, that was 90. Most of his sliders are around 85, 86. That was cutterish almost.
Maybe working on something new. 2-1 with 1 down. The pitch is fouled off on the third base side. They call that a slider at 89. You think that might be a little cutter?
Yeah, there's less depth to it. And he's using it with smaller break away from lefties, so you don't have to worry quite as much about yanking it over the plate and becoming much more a hittable pitch.
2-2 to Adley Rutschman, who for the longest time felt like an MVP contender. But he's really fallen off for the last full season. 2-2 to Rutschman. Here's the pitch, and it is grounded softly toward first, but foul. It is an ongoing conversation with Bayo. We all know that his natural arm action goes away from left-handed hitters into righties. That two-seam fastball, the changeup. He's trying so hard to work on the slider, maybe now a cutter, anything that can work into lefties. And there's some discussion that emphasis has taken some away from his natural strengths. 2-2. He sets, he throws, and Rutschman takes strike 3. Fastball beauty in on the hands. That is dotted, and it's 2 away.
Well, I like what I'm seeing so far. He's using both sides of the plate against lefties. He's all the way to Rutschman that entire at bat, and then rushes them in with a two-seamer that comes back and bites the corner. That was perfectly executed by Bayo.
Indeed. Here's Gunnar Henderson. Elevate your grilling game with Hatfield Marinated Pork tenderloins and taste victory with every bite. Simply Hatfield.com for recipes. Put pork on your fork. Here's Gunnar, 257 with 7 homers. A beautiful, violent swing, but good news for Bayo over the top of a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 0-1. Sogard at first, Campbell at second. Story, the shortstop, with Bregman at third. Cedon in center with Refsnyder in right and Duran in left. 0-1 just misses with the changeup, and it's 1-1.
I love where the changeup has been, right? It's just below the zone. Away from these lefties, that's right where you want to live with it. You can't get hurt right there.
1-1. That's the Baldwin Group defensive alignment. Bayo is ready. He throws, and Gunnar drives one high and deep into left field. Duran back onto the warning track. He cannot get it. It's off the green. Cedon plays the carom, throws to second, but not in time. Head first slide for Gunnar Henderson, and a 2-out wall ball double.
Yeah, Bayo's got to work on not falling into some tendencies, right? Fastball, then he goes change up down for a ball, and then back to the sinker. Trying to go away with this. This is one of those up in the zone I was talking about earlier. He's got to get that down. That's where he's going to get hurt. Two-seamer up in the zone where these lefties can pound it off the monster.
This season, his strikeout rate had been down about 10%. Walk rate almost twice as high. 2 strikeouts and a double. So Henderson in scoring position. And here's Ryan Mountcastle. Right-hander. Off season for him so far. 230 with 2 homers and 14 driven in. But he's had some big games here at Fenway Park. The pitch. That is low with a sinker. 1-0.
Am I reading this right? 4 homers in his last 113 games?
Amazing. Seems impossible with his power.
Remember when he came up, I mean, he was banging it all over the place.
This has been one of the issues for Bayo this season. We'll see how he answers the challenge here with a runner in scoring position. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Outside. It's astonishing how many at-bats he's faced with runners in scoring position. He's been really good He has limited the damage. Opponents hitting 200 in these situations, but basically one per inning. An at-bat with runners in scoring position. Tough way to live. 2-0 to Mountcastle. Bayo's ready. He throws, and he fires one on the inside corner sinker. I'm not sure that's where they were aiming with that pitch, but it clips the inside half, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, and it's, look, guys that move the baseball around, that manipulate the baseball like Bayo does. Buchholz was like this at times, where they're almost too nasty for their own goods, and they can't control where it's going.
2-1 pitch is swung on a miss. Really good slider. And it's 2-2. He had all kinds of contraptions, did Bayo, in the bullpen before the game. A weighted water medicine ball. Just trying to find that arm slot.
Well, that was a good slider there. I thought Narvaez did a good job of reading that pitch before. Even though he missed, he was trying to go away, ended up two-seam in for the strike, playing the slider off of that.
What a revelation Narvaez has been. 2-2 with a runner at second. 2 down in the first. Bayo at the letters. Runner goes, the pitch inside and dropped by Narvaez. They got to look out here. Henderson took the big turn at third, but Carlos recovered in time. I don't know what happened there. I mean, I guess that's just a bad miss of location.
Yes.
Narvaez wanted it away, and it came way inside.
Yeah, he set up for that slider to break away from him, away from the right-handed Mountcastle. That one just backs up, hangs arm side into Mountcastle. Narvaez was not able to turn his glove over and just kind of knocks it down.
They'll probably score that a pass ball because it did catch the glove, but that's a tough one for Narvaez. Yeah. 3-2. Bayo is ready. The pitch is swung on a miss. He got him. Great slider. And Bayo pitches out of the jam in the first. That mostly looked really good from Bayo. Smells like something's burning here at Fenway Park. We'll see if the bats can get going when we come back. Cade Povich to the mound. Red Sox scoreless with the O's on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
There are two types of golfers, those that can hit solid golf shots wearing sunglasses and those that wish they could. Shaden Precision Eyewear is all about better vision and better golf. If you're lacking confidence to wear sunglasses while hitting golf shots, go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and learn why so many tour players and their caddies have switched to the Shaden brand. Use the code SPRING to get 20% off and a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to see the golf course like you've never seen it before.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with Amex CST 1022318.
Lowe sabe que ahora más que nunca buscas el precio más bajo. Por eso, cuenta con nuestra garantía de precios bajos para obtener lo que necesitas a precios competitivos para tus proyectos. Y si encuentras un artículo igual a un precio más bajo que califica, te lo igualaremos. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Igualación de precio aplica al artículo igual con un precio actual en tiendas calificadas. Aplican términos y exclusiones. Detalles en lowes.com/garantía precios bajos.
Your smart speaker to play, 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jarren Duran leads it off against the lefty Cade Povich, and a first pitch fastball in there for strike one. Duran, scorching hot. Took an offer on Wednesday, but, man, has he been an igniter. 265 with 3 homers. Left on left, the pitch is fouled back to the screen, a fastball. And just like that, it is 0-2. Jarren 9 for his last 26, 3 walks and 7 driven in. And he's really started to set the tone with some extra base thump to boot. He is, though, in an 0-2 hole against Cade Povich, who's not pitched well this year. 0-2. Duran takes a ball, sweeper outside, and it's 1-2. He comes in, Povich does, with a 5.23 ERA. Righties have destroyed him 304 with 7 homers. Lefties have scuffled a little bit against this lefty. 1-2 to Duran. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him with an elevated fastball. So Duran is gone, and there's 1 away.
Yeah, Povich has a good fastball. I think that's what normally works for him the best when he does have a good outing. 4-seamers up. He'll throw the 2-seamer in on lefties just like he just did with Duran right there. He's got a curveball, a sweeper, and a changeup as well, but he's going to live and die with that fastball.
Here's Raffy, who's hitting .300 against lefties this year. 1 out, bases empty. Raffy, the Sox hottest hitter at the moment. The pitch is outside. He's 2 for 8 against Povich. Overall, 10 homers and 39 driven in. Sox figure to see a couple of lefties to start these games. Povich and then Rogers in the nightcap. 1-0. Raffy takes another ball, a sweeper outside, and it's 2-0. You really want to get on base ahead of Bregman, and in this case, especially Refsnyder, who has owned lefties and killed Povich in his career. Rob will bat cleanup. 2 balls, no strikes. 1 down in the first. The pitch. Raffy takes a strike. He thought about swinging, then stopped and knew it was in there all the way. 2-1.
Yeah, that was purely him sitting off speed in that 2-0 count. Didn't get it, so most good hitters will go ahead and take that pitch. They don't want to be super late and get themselves out in an advantage count.
I love it. He's gotten on base 15 of his last 30. I'm not a math major. I believe that's a 500 on base. 2-1. Pitch is foul on the third base side. Fastball, he was looking, I think, for that pitch. That's 92 center cut. And the last 2 weeks, that thing's gone 400
totally.
feet.
Povich has one of those special fastballs. It's not high velocity, but it's high spin, and it kind of has that rising effect that so many pitchers are searching for in today's game.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Little bit to pull on the dirt for Devers. Deep in the outfield, as always. 2-2 is fouled off. He is not, I don't think, all that advised to do that again. I mean, that is 3 in a row, Will, right there, 92. I mean, look, he's gotten away with it. He got 2 foul balls there, but I think if he quadruples up, it's going to be trouble for him.
Go ahead and hang a breaking ball, too. That never ends well for anybody against Raffy. And also, when a pitcher or Adley rushing behind the plate says, all right, he's a little late on the fastball, you're doing him a favor by going off speed there, too, so you really got to be careful.
Bregman out on deck. 1 down in the first, 2-2 to Devers. Here's the pitch, and it is chop foul. They went with a curveball. That was center cut, too. I mean, he's seen some pitches to hit here in this first inning.
Now, I'm looking at Raffy in his season, and I think what I'm most impressed with, he leads the AL in walks. 39. That's been such a big piece of his game that has improved year by year, just being more selective in the strike zone.
Another 2-2 coming home from Povich. Here it is. And it is looped foul. He got fooled there on a really good slider. That's excellent from Devers to get a piece and stay alive.
Totally, right? He's up there. He's not ever up there trying to just hit a single, right? He's trying to smoke something in the gap. He's not getting too big, or else he wouldn't be able to get a piece of that sweeper right there.
This is the Red Sox second look at Povich this season. They had him on March the 31st, 3 runs and 4 1/3 against him. 2-2 is just high. Man, a fastball very close. That's how you lead the AL in walks. You get a good eye and a little help from the home plate umpire, Doug Eddings. Beautiful. 3-2 to Devers. Povich throws, and Raffy swings and fouls it back. Man, he has gotten so many 92-mile-an-hour fastballs and fouled them off. What an at-bat this is from Devers against Povich. He'll see at least 10 pitches. 3-2. Povich is ready at the belt. Here it is. And Raffy swings and misses. He got him. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. And that is a big strikeout, and they're 2 away.
Yeah, the fastballs that Raffy got a piece of were further down in the zone. That's where that fastball for Povich gets very effective, up there near the top of the zone where it has that little jump where it can get above the barrel.
That shows you a little something about this pitcher, Cade Povich. That was gutsy.
Well, we know what Raffy does to breaking balls. So does he.
2 down. Here's Bregman. Pitch is a breaking ball. Curve in there. Strike 1.
You are seeing a lot of mistakes from Povich over the heart of the plate. At some point, you got to know he's going to get hurt if he keeps living right there.
0-1 to the right-handed hitting Bregman with Refsnyder on deck. The pitch bounces in. Change up, and it's 1-1 with Refsnyder on deck. He basically never throws the curveball or the changeup to left-handed hitters, Cade Povich. Pretty heavy as secondary stuff for right-handers like Bregman and Refsnyder. 1-1, 2 down, bases clear. The pitch. Rob watches Bregman take a changeup for a ball, and it's 2-1. See how you can cover mistakes pretty quickly?
I love that. That was quick.
I got Refsnyder on the brain. What can I tell you? I think he's going deep today. 2-1 to Bregman. Here's the pitch, and it is outside, 3-1. Well, you know Povich knows that Refsnyder on deck was 4 for 7 with a homer against him, so this is a great spot. He kind of has to challenge Bregman here.
Totally, and he's going to trust his fastball. You would think he's not going to pitch around anybody to get to number 30.
3-1. Povich throws, and Bregman takes a curveball in there. That's impressive, and it's 3-2.
Well, that's the thing, too, is the scouting report tells you Bregman can get to fastballs, even the ones at the top of the zone with that rise to him. He's very good at covering those pitches.
3 balls, 2 strikes. No score in the first. Small crowd, an unexpected day game here at Fenway. The payoff to Bregman, outside ball 4. So that's a really good plate appearance there for Bregman. Came in with a 935 OPS. He's been so patient, and he's done damage. And now here comes the southpaw killer, Rob Refsnyder. The Red Sox have gotten less production from the cleanup spot than any team in baseball. And in some ways, you feel wonderful about this man in this spot today. Refsnyder with the shades on. Pitch is inside, a curveball. And it's 1-0 with Trevor Story on deck.
Even with the lack of games played by Rob Refsnyder over the last, feels like a month, he still finds a way to give you a good at bat at any point.
Last time he started, he homered into the monster seats. 1-0 with Bregman at first. The pitch is inside. Maybe a little high. That looked like a good pitch, but Rob got the call, and it's 2-0. I think Doug Eddings maybe has a little blind spot at the top of the zone.
There was a close one to Devers that I thought was just maybe caught the top of the zone. That one was a strike. You will absolutely take that.
2-0 with 2 down, and Bregman leading at first. No score in the first. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. Lou Merlone shared a fascinating, long conversation with Rob Refsnyder that he had the other day about a lot of different things. Young players, development, learning how to win games. But he said something about his approach at the plate, which I found really fascinating. 2-1. Here's the pitch. And it's swung on and fouled. That was the fastball in on the hands. The essence of it is that Rob thinks too many hitters look to cover everything. And he comes to the plate trying to look in one exact location, knowing where pitchers release it, tunnel some pitches, look in one little keyhole and do damage. Hard to develop that skill, but it has worked for him. They throw it first. Bregman's not going anywhere. He steps back to the bag.
Yeah, and that's a hitter telling you, look, if I get my pitch with less than 2 strikes, I don't want to miss it. Yeah. And if you're looking for it, you won't. You get the 2 strikes, all bets are off. It's just a dogfight at that point. You're just trying to get the ball in play.
That's where we are right now. Rob is a great 2-strike hitter. 2-2 with 2 down. Povich sets. He throws. Refsnyder drives one on the line into left field, a base hit. He's ridiculous. A sweeper into the outfield. And the Red Sox get a hit out of the cleanup spot. 2 on with 2 out for Trevor Story.
Yeah, and just to that point that we were just talking about, the approach of Rob Refsnyder, he got the fastball he was hunting. 92, he fouled it off. It was in off the hands just enough. It was a good pitch by Povich. But then 2 strikes gets here, right? He's not trying to hit a homer. He's not trying to pull his driver out of the bag. Just trying to find hard contact. Got a sweeper over the plate. That is a nice compact swing.
So here now, Trevor Story in big-time need of a big-time hit. 2 on and 2 out. Sox and O's scoreless. Trevor takes a strike fastball. On the inside corner, he's 13 for his last 100 over 25 games.
He had that 3-run homer on May 10th against Kansas City. That's his only extra base hit in 116 plate appearances.
He has handles lefties. The 0-1 is swung on and missed. Curveball. And it's 0-2. The heat around Trevor, the pressure, the dialogue has ratcheted up over this prolonged slump. 0-2. Walk from Bregman, a single from Refsnyder. Carlos Narvaez, who's been so good, is out on deck. Against lefties, Story, 294 with an 874 OPS. The Red Sox really, though, have not faced that many southpaws to start this season. 0-2 to Story. Povich throws. Trevor swings and misses. He strikes out on a pitch in the dirt, and on 3 pitches he is gone. And the inning is over. Some boos at Fenway Park. We go to the second inning. No score. Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Rarely does a product come to the game of professional golf that is so quickly embraced by the pros. Shadin Precision Eyewear is that product. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and find out why Shadin sunglasses are trusted by tour players and their caddies. Shadin is so confident in their product, they're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use the code SPRING to receive 20% off your order. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and the code SPRING to experience golf's finest eyewear.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, going the extra mile for your business pays off. With 5 times membership rewards points on flights and prepaid hotels booked through AmexTravel.com, you can earn more points to help grow your business. And with access to more than 1,400 lounges globally through the American Express Global Lounge Collection, including the Centurion Lounge,
Can I get you a refill?
you can stay fresh wherever your business travel takes you. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/AmexBusiness.
Lowe's sabe que ahora más que nunca buscas el precio más bajo. Por eso, cuenta con nuestra garantía de precios bajos para obtener lo que necesitas a precios competitivos para tus proyectos. Y si encuentras un artículo igual a un precio más bajo que califica, te lo igualaremos. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Igualación de precio aplica al artículo igual con un precio actual en tiendas calificadas. Aplican términos y exclusiones. Detalles en lowes.com/garantía precios bajos.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Brian Bayo back to the mound. He was excellent in the first inning. Worked around a double with 3 strikeouts. You'll see O'Hearn, Urias, and Cedric Mullins. And the Herb Chambers batting order, which is brought to you by Herb Chambers, Lexus of Sharon and Lexus of Hingham. Your beautiful bride is currently on set with Saquon Barkley, the Super Bowl champion.
That's pretty cool. Doing a little commercial. You get an Emmy nomination. All of a sudden, people want to see you on TV more, I guess.
I think everybody always wants to see her on TV more.
A great point.
What a week. Hanging out with Charles Barkley in New York and Saquon.
Right? Gosh, who's got it better?
Plus, she gets to come home to you on the rare occasion you're actually home.
I was going to say, that's assuming I'm home. I think the whole month of June, I'm with you, Willie.
Hey, I mean, not so bad to look at. Here's Ryan O'Hearn, left-handed hitter. Not quite the same thing. Bayo throws and a soft ground ball toward first, but foul. Sogard gave it a look. Arbella Insurance Foundation, dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. I hate the Eagles, but Saquon does seem eminently likable.
Oh, I love him, and I'm a Cowboys fan. Bless my heart, right?
0-1 is down into. That's such a funny thing in the South, where when people want to criticize you or they're a little disappointed in you, oh, bless his heart.
Bless your heart.
You jerk. 1-1. Bayo facing O'Hearn. No score in the second. The pitch. That's a slider. That's really the first bad miss with that one. And it's 2-1.
Yeah, O'Hearn's having a great year so far. Ranks 3rd in the AL and on-base percentage at .396, 5th in OPS. You got to think this guy's going to be on the trading block here at some point soon.
I think a lot of Orioles are. Mountcastle, Mullins, many others. 2-1 is swung on and missed a slider. One of their issues is that Bautista has not been the same out of the bullpen. Otherwise, he would be a totally prime candidate. You can get so much for those high-leverage relievers. Right. You wonder whether Cano could be on the market.
9 impending free agents also. So there's going to be some moves.
2-2, Bayo and O'Hearn. 306 for O'Hearn with 7 big flies. The pitch is low. O'Hearn came along a couple seasons ago, and he was like the poster child for what the Orioles at that time had, this magic pixie dust.
Yeah.
Won over 100 games, won the division. They've been swept 2 years in a row in the playoffs. 3-2, the pitch is pop foul and out of play. Some of the shine, though, has worn off of Mike Elias. I mean, he and Craig Breslow kind of at that same time at Yale. He worked with the Houston Astros and got all of that philosophy going in Baltimore.
Well, I just don't like how they fire Brandon Hyde, which I think was a terrible decision for this ball club. And then Elias kind of disappears, doesn't talk to the media at all.
Yeah, they didn't get him for 4 days. If you're going to make that kind of move, you got to face the music. 3-2 is strike 3 called. Fastball.
That's nasty.
Dotted sinker. Bayo, 4 strikeouts in 5 hitters.
Look, so often in those type counts, 3-2 counts, Bayo goes to his changeup, and this just catches O'Hearn looking for that pitch. Another front door two-seamer. which we saw against Adley Rutschman as well. That's filthy at 95 miles an hour.
So here comes Ramon Urias, 272 with a couple home runs. One out in the second. Bayo on the first base side of the rubber throws, and a fastball inside, fouled off. It's 0-1. He's working quickly. I think the mechanics look totally sharpened and more
tightened up.
Tightened, exactly right.
Yeah, less moving parts, a little more efficient to the plate. Hopefully that results in a lower pitch count as he works into this game.
And this guy Bayo is always better when he works fast, too. He is today 0-1. That's a high fly into center field. Cedon started in, now back into the triangle on the run. Rafaela makes the play! Whoa! Foot first, slide about 10 feet in front of the 420. He misjudged it at first, but he's so good, he made up for it, and they're 2 away.
This is so ridiculous, and this is part of knowing Fenway Park and knowing, okay, I'm on the track, but I have at least 10 steps because of the warning track being as big as it is. Back to the 420 sign. Doesn't look at the wall once, knows exactly where he is. An over-the-shoulder sliding catch. My goodness gracious.
That's about the fourth of those he's made this year. Here's the pitch to Cedric Mullins, a sinker. Misses for ball 1. That's what makes it so hard to think of him as anything other than an everyday player. He is so lethal defensively. 1-0 to Mullins. 10 homers and 31 driven, and he's been hot of late. The pitch is swung on and missed, a slider, and it's 1-1. Feels like every time the Red Sox see the Orioles, Mullins is hot and does damage against them. He certainly did in March at Camden Yards. 1-1 with 2 down. Bayo throws, and he almost hits him with a sinker. Gets sizzling this Memorial Day with the amazing 4-day sale at Shaw's Star Market. Beef sirloin steak tips value pack, $6.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon limit 2.
So the numbers back up how you feel about Mullins against the Red Sox. He's played 84 games, 284, 20 doubles, 3 triples, and 11 homers against the Red Sox.
Feels like 3 times that many. 2-1 is fouled off. Good slider off the end of the bat, and it's 2-2.
And that's more games against Boston than anybody else on that roster. Now, there are a lot of young guys there. That would make sense. But Mullins has been good. Urias, 365 with 6 homers in 51 games against Boston.
I think a lot of guys are going to be calling about Cedric Mullins come deadline time. 2-2. The pitch is fouled off. He almost got him with a slider. And it is amazing that after 48 games, in a lot of ways, the Orioles season is over. I mean, there's 16 below. And this is yet again, Will, one of those times. We've said it so often the last few years. We said it in Toronto when the Red Sox went up there this year. At that time, the Jays had lost 8 of 9. 2-2, Bayo throws, and he misses inside with a sinker. You do have a chance. If you take 3 of 4 or sweep these Orioles, in some ways, you could bury them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, number one, not retaining Corbin Burns. They have all these injuries, Bradish, Rodriguez, Wells. On the offensive side, they have 4 or 5 guys out. It's just everything going wrong for them.
3-2. The pitch is fouled back. Of course, Roger is going to start the nightcap, and they traded Kyle Stowers for him. And down in Miami, Stowers has become one of the great young players in the National League.
Yeah. It's about how it works out, right? And you're looking at the Orioles like, all right, their window just opened for this team to be good the next 5 or 6 years. Is it closing? What's going on?
Seems impossible with the young core they have. 3-2. The pitch is fouled off. A slider in on the hands. That was Bayo's 37th pitch. We take 10 seconds for station ID in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
3-2. 2 down, bases empty. Top of the second. No score. Bayo throws, and a swing and a miss. He got him a sinker. Now the Red Sox are cruising along on Route 66 here this afternoon. 5 strikeouts for Bayo. What a catch by Rafaela. He will bat when we come back for the bottom of the second. Narvaez, Sogard, and then Campbell, followed by Rafaela. Scoreless on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your dream getaway?
Welcome in.
Starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, And finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Comienza el verano con los ahorros de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Obtén 5 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Además, ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra $50 por cada compra de $500 en electrodomésticos selectos de $396 o más. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido a 5/28. Oferta de Mulch excluye Alaska y Hawaii. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade. Right now, I'm digging into the history of incredible infrastructure projects of the 1930s, including the Hoover Dam, the Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge, and more. The promise is in the title. History That Doesn't Suck. Available on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your hair has more potential than you think. Nutrafol gives your body what you need to see thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months because it's designed to get to why it's thinning in the first place. And the best part? The results have been measured in clinical studies on real people. Your hair deserves more. More strength, more growth, and more proof. Get hair growth you can trust at Nutrafol.com.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Well, the Red Sox best and hottest hitter, not named Rafi Devers, leads it off in the bottom of the second. That would be Carlos Narvaez against Cade Povich. No score, Red Sox and the O's. It'll be Narvaez, Sogard, and Campbell in the Herb Chambers batting order. 415 hitters since the 4th of May. The pitch is a little bit low, fastball, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, 415 over those 13 games, 7 RBIs, 6 walks, 3 doubles. I mean, he's been so good behind the plate as well.
A revelation, 1-0. Povich throws, and Carlos drives one high into right field. Back at the track on the run, Kjerstad leaps up and makes the play. I think he just robbed a home run. Reached up above the wall, and Narvaez robbed for out number 1.
I mean, just a tremendous play. This ball is absolutely smoked from Narvaez on a line. Pitch away from him, takes it that way, barrels this thing. Trying to see. Yeah. I think that's a home run, Flem. I do.
At the least off the top of the wall. I think that's getting out.
That's a homer.
Wow.
What a play. Not to slow up, knowing you're going to take impact there and just going full speed into the wall.
Full Torrey Hunter. Here's Nick Sogard, who takes a pitch on the inside corner. Narvaez just keeps on doing it.
Even though the outs are loud, but that's the approach that he's been talking about, just driving the ball to the big part of the field.
Sogard's killed lefties this year, and he takes a changeup outside for ball 1.
And those lefties have been tough. Reagan, Skubal, like tough lefties, and he's hammering those guys. Yeah, go get them.
6 for 12 against him. 1-1 to Sogard. Here's the pitch, and it is outside, a sweeper that missed. Sogard is the 7th batter of the game, brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. You've been hurt in a car work accident, you got to get Glassman. 2-1 to Sogard. Campbell out on deck, the pitch. Sogard pops it foul. That was a good swing. Little tardy, and it's 2-2.
I'll tell you what, Povich keeps missing middle, and yet has anyone made him pay for it? That was another one right there on the foul ball to Sogard.
Chef Ron brought the TV guys some food. I can actually smell it through the windows. 2-2 is swung on and missed. A breaking ball. And they're 2 away. I think they had some sushi in there.
Sushi? Look like some, maybe like Korean-style wings.
That's what I'm smelling in here right now.
They brought some into the pregame show, but I wasn't able to stick around and eat. I did still a lobster roll on the walk over.
What do you mean you weren't able to stick around while you were doing the 50-mile sprint to the radio booth?
While eating a lobster roll. So I can't complain. I didn't get all of it, but I got enough.
Here's Christian Campbell trying to get him right again. He takes a pitch down and in, sweeper, and it is 1-0. Campbell down to 231, 5 homers, 15 driven. And Alex Cora said the idea, moving him down to the 8 hole, obviously, just to settle him down a little bit. 5 for his last 53. The pitch is on the ground, hard to short, and under the glove of Mateo into the outfield. That'll be an error on the Orioles shortstop, Olay. And Campbell's aboard with 2 down.
The ball was hit hard by Campbell, right? And it's just that ball, that's a big league shortstop. That play's going to be made. That's an error all day. Just kind of flailed at it. In between hop, didn't move his feet. That's what happens.
So here's Cedon with a chance to cash it in. On our board with 2 down. Rafael, what a spectacular play he made in the top of this second inning. Pitch to him is swung on and missed, curveball. And it's 0-1. You have to be fair with Christian Campbell. The league is adjusted. He's seeing a ton of sinkers inside. And they're also trying him at 3 different positions. It's a lot on his plate in his rookie year. 0-1. Cedon 235 with a couple big flies. The pitch is a strike. Didn't have to be. That looked in. Called a strike, and it's 0-2. Cedon looked red hot for the first 8 days of May, but it has really cooled off again since then. And he finds himself in an 0-2 count. Povich sets and throws, and Cedon chops it foul on the third base side.
Yeah, Povich loves that big breaking ball down in the dirt with 2 strikes to righties. That was a big-time chase by Rafaela down and low, but just got a piece of it.
They really need Campbell to steal, because then, with runners in scoring position, Rafaela
things change. It all changes.
He's got a big lead, does Christian. Unlikely against the lefty, and they throw over. He was leaning, actually. He had some ideas there, I think, and Povich almost picked him off. Now Kyle Hudson flashing the signals in the third base coach's box.
Well, just put that in the mind of Povich and Rutsch. Maybe get something over the plate here for Rafaela to drive.
0-2. Campbell now shuffles back to first. Pitch is fouled off. He did get something hit. I mean, that's 93 center cut. It's 0-2. For a struggling hitter, Will, like Campbell, it's not a hit, but can squaring one up and hitting it hard like that to the pull side get you going?
100%. Squaring it up anywhere. Anywhere. Just to say, okay, this is my approach. I'm going to stick with it. You get your pitch and you don't miss it. Whether it's a hit or not, that's a good feeling.
No score. 2 down. The pitch is outside. Doug Lane is on like the loudest speakerphone in the history of the universe as we got 2 down here in this second inning.
Likely talking scuba diving.
I saw this unbelievable black-tipped shark as I was looking for scallops the other day. 1-2, the pitch. Rafaela hard on the ground to third, but Urias has it. He goes to second in time. And the inning is over! We go to the third. No score. Red Sox and the O's and the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox.
With Memorial Day weekend starting tomorrow, it's the time to make sure you're stocked on charcoal, dogs, burgers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic Memorial Day celebration. Because the unofficial start of summer deserves the unofficial official summer refreshment.
With lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, going the extra mile for your business pays off. With 5 times membership rewards points on flights and prepaid hotels booked through AmexTravel.com, you can earn more points to help grow your business. And with access to more than 1,400 lounges globally through the American Express Global Lounge Collection, including the Centurion Lounge,
can I get you a refill?
You can stay fresh wherever your business travel takes you. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/AmexBusiness.
Ya llegaron los descuentazos de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Miembros de My Lowe's ahorran $80 en una parrilla a gas Master Forge de 4 quemadores a solo $149. También ahorran $900 en un refrigerador Hisense con puertas francesas exclusivo de Lowe's a solo $999. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/26. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Terms sujeto a cambios.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
A little extended conversation with Cade Povich and the home plate umpire Doug Eddings as he came into the third base dugout. That has to be something related to sticky stuff as Heston Kjerstad, left-handed hitter, leads it off, and Bayo fires a fastball that's fouled back, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, they were looking at his glove, they were looking at his hands, and then there was a conversation going on about it. Povich kept shaking his head like, no, I don't have anything going on.
Really interesting.
Yeah. No one threw it in their pin, so they didn't throw him out.
0-1 is chopped foul outside of first. I'm going to have to pull up the fine print on the sticky stuff rules. They change them, and they write all these addendums lately. But it was my understanding that, we have seen it in the past, Will, where you can be told to sort of clean it up and wash your hands.
You know what? Now he's coming set.
Oh, so they're talking about balking maybe. The 0-2 is line foul.
I think that's what it is. That last replay we just saw up here, it showed Povich coming set and them having a conversation. So it probably was either tipped off by Cora or someone and said, hey, take a watch. He's not coming set all the way, or he's moving too much.
0-2 to Kjerstad from Bayo. Brian struck out 5 already in this game, and he misses fastball. He's thrown a lot of pitches, as Bayo, 42. I'm sort of torn on that, Will. Like, a balk is a balk. This isn't Little League. If he's not coming set, just call the balk. 1-2. Bayo's ready. He throws, and he misses. Here we go again from 0-2 to 2-2. Look, I get it. Maybe it's borderline and it's close. He doesn't think it's quite a balk.
Right.
He just wants to say, hey.
Totally.
Give it an extra half second.
Yeah, totally. That's Bayo. To your point with Bayo, 0-2, he goes in with 2 fastballs, trying for that front hip two-seamer. That just sets up a perfect spot for a changeup down and away right here.
2-2 is on the ground into right field. That's a base hit. It was a changeup.
It was a perfect spot, too. That's just a good piece of hitting right there by Kjerstad.
Nice job by Kjerstad. By the way, the TV guys, I stuck my head out the window, said, this smells too good. What do you got? They got sliders and all these,
So they sent us over the sushi.
We got the sushi. I'm in. Spicy tuna, some avocado
raw
cucumber.
Fish. Be careful, bud. I don't want to have to do play-by-play.
Please, Chef Ron would never. I'm having some in just a minute here. Here's Jorge Mateo, right-handed hitter. So that'll frustrate Bayo. Out of the stretch, leadoff man aboard. Slider and a good one on the inside corner. This is as sharp as he's looked. Third inning is brought to you by Citgo. Whether you're crossing the state line or just going cross town, Club Citgo can save you money on every fill-up along the way. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 0-1 to Mateo, a .171 hitter. Here's the pitch, and it's another good one. Here we go again, 0-2.
Oh, Kjerstad, not a burner. He can run okay, but Bayo's very slow to the plate right now, going full leg lift. Something to pay attention to with runners on base.
1 steal this season for Kjerstad, 0-2. To Mateo, you'd level 1 hopper at an infielder. Slider misses outside, and look, Will, Bayo is not a strikeout pitcher, and that sounds crazy given the fact that he's fan 5. That's not who he is. That's not his identity, and sometimes in these 2-strike counts, he tries to go for them rather than getting weak contact.
I like a 2-seam in on the hand right here.
1-2. Here's the pitch, and it is exactly that, but a changeup. It was in off the plate, and it stays 1-2.
Is this something off the barrel, right? We talk about how much he can move the baseball around. Use that to your advantage in these spots where you need a ground ball. The ground ball rate is still very high for Bayo.
Spicy tuna's good. 1-2. Bayo throws. There it is. The ground ball up the middle. Straight dives. He can't get it. Into the outfield, a base hit. Well, he made his pitch, but it was just far enough to the left of Trevor Story. And here come the O's, 2-1 with nobody out. That will drive Bayo, but more than that, Andrew Bailey nuts. He had the first 2 hitters 0-2, and he loses both of them.
Well, you're going to have to buckle in right here. You're at the top of the lineup coming up. Make some pitches to the top of this lineup.
He debuted here last April, did Jackson. Remember his dad, Matt, was here. And again, he scuffled early, but a big chance for him right here. 2-1, none out. He struck out his first time. Bayo throws. And a ground ball on the right side into the outfield, a base hit. Snyder's out there. He will not throw home. Throw goes to second. It's an RBI hit for Holiday. And here we go again. The Orioles have a 1-0 lead, and they got him at the corners with nobody out.
It looked like he was going to that backdoor slider, trying to steal a strike, which he did a few times through the first time in the lineup. But Holiday was looking for that pitch, hit it off into the bat, didn't crush it, but into the outfield for the RBI single.
I mean, that thing was at the bottom of the zone on the outside corner.
It wasn't a bad pitch. That's right where he wanted it, and Holiday hooked it off the end of the bat.
But again, here we go, Will, and this is the key thing with Bello. This becomes a more mental test than anything because he's got good stuff. He's making pitches the way that he wants to. He has not put hitters away, and now a major jam with a run already in. Here's Rutschman. He chops one on the left side. Story races, backhands. His only play is to first. Another run comes home to score in Mateo, and it's 2-0 Orioles. Well, that's a good result all in all for Bello.
Well, I'll tell you what, this Red Sox offense is going to have to find a way to score anyways. This is one of the worst pitching staffs in baseball. The Baltimore Orioles are, and this Red Sox offense, 6 runs in the Mets series, that's not going to cut it. So they're going to have to start swinging the bat anyways.
2-1 a couple innings ago and did not score. Now with Holiday dancing around at second base and 2 runs in, here comes Gunnar Henderson. Bello trying to get through this inning. 51 pitches thrown. Next one is inside a fastball. And it's 1-0. It is much execution, Will, I think, as it is mindset and mentality for Bello. You got a hitter 0-2. You've been in those boxes. It is uncomfortable. The batting average in the league is around 100 0-2. 1-0. The pitch is low. Slider. In other words, almost any strike is going to be an out.
And the reason for that, the reason that batting average is low is because as a hitter, you're trying to cover everything, right? And you can't. So these uncompetitive, we'll call waste pitches, are not doing them any favors.
2-0. 1 out, 2 in, and a fastball. Where did that miss?
Just
a little low. Actually, a slider there from Bello, and it's 3-0.
I thought that, to this point, the command has been much better. A couple of these hits for RBIs have been on good pitches. But results
yet,
are the results.
When you don't miss enough bats, this stuff happens.
Totally.
3-0. Here's the pitch, and that is inside ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk. See if Andrew Bailey comes out here. Here's the reality, Will. I think baseball's gone way too much toward velocity and the strikeout. It's the world we live in, but we can say this definitively as Andrew will come to join Carlos on the mound. Here's the worst combo in baseball. A lot of runners on base and not missing a lot of bats. You're just inviting trouble.
100%. 100%. And he's thrown so many sliders. 46% sliders so far in this outing. And I feel like Brian Bello is at his best when he's fastball heavy with that 2-seamer at the bottom of the zone. And then everything can play off of that. And then you do run into more swing and miss. But if you are getting heavy with off speed, which we've seen a lot with this pitching staff, teams start sitting on those pitches in the zone, and this is where the trouble comes.
And, Will, I think a lot of those have come in 0-2 counts, and they've missed for balls to get hitters back in counts.
Totally.
So here we go. Ryan Mountcastle, first and second with 1 out. I mean, Bello, of course, when he came up, his calling card was that bowling ball sinker, was ground balls, was double plays. He has induced 5 twin killers this year. He could use another here. Here's a foul back to the screen. Sinker. That's a really good pitch. Bottom of the zone, and it's 0-1.
You're starting to see the second time through this lineup, these guys are really aggressive first pitch because first time through the lineup, he was showing the ability to throw strike 1. These hitters are up there looking to be aggressive on that first pitch.
0-1. Here's the pitch. Way outside. He really yanked that fastball. To 8 of the first 12 hitters, he's thrown a first pitch strike, but has not gotten that many results from it. The 1-1 is swung on a miss. Good sinker. And it is 1-2, but here we go again. He's thrown 58 pitches, and there's 1 out in the 3rd inning.
3 fastballs in a row here to Mountcastle. Right? That plays.
2 on, 1 out, 2 Oriole runs in. The runner Holiday goes. Bello throws to third. They got him. That's a great job by Bello recognizing he almost balked, but he stepped off and throws a bullet to Bregman at third, and that is a play made by a club that is 16 games below 500.
100%. Just terrible base running, trying to get a good jump, get to third base with less than 2 outs. Great job by Bello not to panic. because that is the first reaction by most pitchers is to flinch. When you see that, he steps off, fires a strike to Bregman for an easy out.
Wow, now he's a pitch away from getting out of this thing. 1-2, he sets the pitch, is swung on and missed. He got him with a slider, and the inning is over. So Bayo has his 6th strikeout. However, the Orioles do get 2 runs in. And thank you, Jackson Holliday. To the bottom of the 3rd we go. 2-0 O's. It'll be the top of the order. Duran, Devers, and Bregman of the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
Ya llegaron los descuentazos de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Miembros de My Lowe's ahorran $80 en una parrilla a gas Master Forge de 4 quemadores a solo $149. También ahorran $900 en un refrigerador Hisense con puertas francesas exclusivo de Lowe's a solo $999. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/26. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
Running our small family business, 3 Farm Daughters in North Dakota, isn't easy. We get a lot of help from Amazon. They don't make our homegrown pastas, but they do handle all of our shipping and logistics, which makes a big difference.
Learn more about how Amazon supports small businesses at aboutamazon.com.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Saraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Saraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Kate Povich facing Jarren Duran in a first pitch fastball, swung on and missed. And it is 0-1. Duran struck out his first time. What a swing that was in the top of the 3rd inning when Jackson Holliday caught stealing third, picked off there by Bayo, and then the next pitch ended the inning. 0-1 is a chopper, softly hit. Can be very tough for the Orioles to make a play. Povich out of his glove, flips to first. Nicely done there. Wow. He really didn't even glove it. He just paddled it over to the bag, and nicely done. Duran is out number 1.
Could have gone terribly. I thought he was just going to glove it and tag Duran, which would have been the easy play. Goes for the glove flip, and it worked out for him. That's a nice play.
Ooh. Nice job. Here's Devers. Red Sox, you said it, Will. The offense has got to do it today. Pitch is ripped into right field. That's going to get down for a hit. Makes actually, in the end, more of like a little spinning liner for Devers, but he does the job. And he's aboard with 1 out for the right-handers, Bregman and Refsnyder.
A little sweeper right there, first pitch. Raffy gets it off the end of the bat, caught it out front, but bat stayed through the zone just long enough to get that one in right field for the single.
Time for the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Together we drive. The question at Sox Booth on Twitter is, if you could only pick one, which Sox rookie would be your choice right now for Rookie of the Year? Here's Bregman. He takes a ball outside a fastball. Have to be the catcher, right?
It has to be. Now, it's crazy how much that switched, because after the first month, Christian Campbell wins Rookie of the Month in the American League, and you're thinking he's about to take off, and then he's just hit a wall.
1-0 to Bregman. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner. Narvaez, among rookies in the American League, has the 2nd highest wins above replacements, whatever you think of that stat, behind only Jacob Wilson of the Oaklamento A's. 1-1.
It's a good sandwich.
To Bregman, they serve it at Augusta, don't they? Breaking ball in the dirt, and it's 2-1 to Bregman.
It's really good on rye bread. Yeah. I know we keep raving about Narvaez, but he's earned that. I mean, leading baseball in defensive run saves behind the plate, I think, is the most impressive part to me.
2-1 to Bregman. The pitch inside. And Bregman, who walked his first time 3-1. Will, this becomes a really fun pitch because you got Refsnyder who has owned Povich on deck, and the lethal Bregman in a real hitter's count.
Now, he got a 3-1 breaking ball in his first at-bat.
You can't guess that here, can you?
I wouldn't.
Devers at first, 1 out, 2-0 Orioles in the bottom of the third. 3-1. The pitch is a fastball skied into left field. This thing is back on the warning track. Mullins, though, does have room. Bregman just missed that one, and they're 2 away. He's hit him out to that part of the ballpark, Bregman. A little chilly today, and maybe just a little bit out toward the end.
Yeah, just missed it. That's a great pass, a great aggressive swing. He was hunting the fastball, that good fastball that Povich has. Just missed banging one off the wall.
So now it's to Rob Refsnyder. We've passed 110 pitches, brought to you by 110 Grill, gluten-free dining done right. Here's Ref, who takes a breaking ball in the dirt. Actually, a change from Povich. Nice stop by Rutschman, and it's 1-0. It's amazing as the Red Sox really fight to find production out of the cleanup spot. I think guys like Refsnyder and Narvaez, for the time being, are going to be considered for that job. 1-0. Povich is ready. He throws. And Rob, a little sawed-off blooper into shallow right field. Coming on, Kerstaddy's there to make the play. And the inning is over. That's a rare, sort of uncomfortable swing by Refsnyder. And the inning is over. Sox get a hit from Raffy. That's it, though. Bayo back to the mound very quickly. 2-0 O's after 3 in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Kick off summer with Memorial Day savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Scott's Naturescapes 1.5 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 40% off select major appliances and save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances $396 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/28. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with Amex CST 1022318.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Baseball is all about stepping up the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fitzy and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
2-0 Orioles lead as we go to the top of the fourth. First of 2 today at Fenway Park. The pitch from Bayo to Ryan O'Hearn is fouled off on the third base side. That's Bayo's 60th pitch. Good sinker, and it's 0-1.
Well, just keep pouring it in there, right? Keep getting ahead. Hopefully the adjustment gets made with 2 strikes. A little more competitive pitches there with 2 strikes.
0-1, Bayo on the first base side of the rubber, throws, and a chopper foul. Here we go again. I'm going to look here, Will. Let's see. 1. It's fun. People love this on the radio when you count out loud. But that is the 7th 0-2 count that Bayo has had.
How many full counts? 5?
Yes. Amazing. 0-2 pitch. Again, did that hit him? No, it hit the umpire, Doug Eddings. This is what happens, Will. I know it's easier from here. It looks like, why don't you just get quick outs, 0-2? But this isn't just a pattern now. It's an epidemic with Bayo. He gets 0-2 and he just nibbles.
All right. Well, it's not even nibbling when it's not that close.
Well, that wasn't a nibble. Yeah, that was a big wave and a miss. 1-2, another slider, and it's 2-2.
But that's the thing, is like fastballs are still effective in 2-strike counts because hitters are concerned with the off speed, especially with how much the Boston Red Sox like to spin it. So it's almost a reverse way of thinking.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Leadoff hitter Ryan O'Hearn. Pitch is just inside a changeup. So he got 0-2 and has not thrown a fastball.
I will continue to scream this from the mountaintops for this entire staff, outside of Crochet, who does throw his fastball and cutter a lot. Throw the fastball more.
3-2. The pitch is lined into left field. That's a base hit. Sinker. And Duran races over to his right, but it changes 3-2. He can be more timed up for that.
Well, that's the thing, too, is you just missed with 3 off-speed pitches. Of course you're going to throw me a fastball, and I'm going to be ready for it. All right, that 2-seamer right there, it is down in the zone. That was actually another well-located pitch. But to the point. Yeah, exactly. If you haven't thrown the fastball and you've missed with everything else, I'm looking for that pitch.
Could we just become best friends?
Again. Skip bunk beds.
More room for activities. Here's Ramon Urias. Pitch is low. Fastball 1-0. I think everyone in this market is a little a little more focused on Bayo's shortcomings because of how he burst onto the scene, because of the contract he was given, because of the natural stuff and upside. But I don't think it is overly nitpicky to say that he does this too often. 1-0. He sets, he throws, and that's a strike. Fastball, and it's 1-1. And by that I mean pitch count way up. 2 strike counts, not finishing hitters.
Now tell me if this is unfair or not, but I think maybe our expectations are just too high.
No. It's possible.
He's not an ace. I don't think he's a 2. I think he's a 3 or 4 in a rotation, which you can still be effective in that.
No doubt. The 1-1 is ripped into left field. That's a base hit. They have teed off on the sinker in this inning. And here we go again. For the second straight inning, the Orioles have the first 2 on.
Yep, and you know what? This is a product of him not being able to throw his off-speed for strikes. Right? He showed that this inning to O'Hearn in the first at-bat, and that got him into the comfortable spot to look for the fastball. Another one over the plate right there. Got to locate it.
So now, on a day where you play 2 ball games, you got the bullpen going in the 4th inning.
Not great.
Bernardino is up. The Red Sox have not yet decided what they'll do with the 27th man in the nightcap. But at this rate, it's going to be Cooper Criswell. The pitch to Cedric Mullins is a slider that misses outside. 1-0. This is starting to feel way, way too much like so many Bayo starts this year. 2-0 Orioles, and he's trying to keep it right there. 2 on, none out. No sign of a bunt for the red-hot Mullins. Pitch is outside, sinker, and it's 2-0. I think had Bayo given them length, there was some consideration, I think, by the Red Sox, maybe to go with a shorter, more high-leverage reliever, maybe somebody like Luis Guerrero. They'd like to stay away from Chapman if they can. 2-0. Pitch. That's a good one. Slider on the outside corner, 2-1. I think what will bother Bayo and Andrew Bailey today is that right out of the gates, his stuff was great.
Right.
See if he can get out of this one right here. 2-1. Pitch is high in the air. Good pitch. Shallow left field. Duran and Rafaela come together, and in the end, Cedon calls Jaron off. That's a big-time first out for Brian Bayo.
Yeah, against a hitter in Mullins who's been swinging the bat well also. So now you start looking for that ground ball. How can you live down in the zone, be effective in the strike zone, use that movement to your advantage, get you a ground ball right here.
And by the way, that's such a case of new school versus old, because I know that relatively by this Orioles standards, he's been swinging a hot bat, but they have first and second, nobody out, let him swing away, and there's the first out. Here's Heston Kierstad, who singled his first time. Bayo throws, and he gets one on the inside corner. Good sinker, 0-1. I mean, they got the bullpen up, but Alex Cora would love him to get through this inning. He's got 20, maybe 25 more pitches if he can.
He's flashed that little hard slider, cutter pitch, front door sinker right there. Maybe go cutter in, get you that ground ball.
0-1 is fouled off on the third base side. Fastball center cut. He got away with one there, and it's 0-2.
Well, another 0-2 count, right? And this is, you don't want to work deep into this bat, right? Get something in play right here.
0-2. They lead at first and second, and what do you know? Slider for a ball, and it's 1-2. I mean, the Orioles won in extra innings yesterday with some heroics, and that was their first win in 9 games. Now they lead 2-0 on the 1-week anniversary, the day they fired their manager, Brandon Hyde. 1-2, the pitch is inside. Another slider for a ball, and from 0-2 to 2-2.
He just tries to get too nasty with 2 strikes. Instead of just trusting his stuff, pitching to the edges, letting the movement work for him. He's chasing the strikeout.
2-2. He sets. He throws. And a fastball fouled off on the third base side. You'd like to see what would happen one time with that pitch, 0-2.
Totally.
He's thrown 77 pitches. Bernardino continues to throw. The right-hander Jorge Mateo is on deck. I guess it's possible if there's traffic and Jackson Holiday comes up again, you might see Bernie here in the 4th inning. 2-2. Slider misses. Just doesn't have that pitch against lefties today, and it's 3-2. And here we go with the frustration from Bayo. I mean, this is unfortunately another thing that's been happening too often. Shaking his head like upset with the home plate umpire, Doug Eddings. That was a ball. 3-2. The pitch is swung on and missed. He got him. Now that's a great slider in on the hands and a big second out.
Yeah, way to dial it in right there. Once again, 0-2 to 3-2. It's happened so many times, but executes there. That's the one that starts down the middle, which a lot of his stuff is at its best when it starts down the middle and works to the edges in opposite directions. That was a perfect slider from Bayo.
Like everybody who saw the Netflix doc got a first-hand look at how emotions can boil over for this pitcher. He's got to channel it right here. His 80th pitch is a fastball fouled off on the first base side. And it's 0-1. So here we go again, Will. I mean, this is the 9-hole hitter, Jorge Mateo, is hitting 194. 2 outs, you've thrown 80 pitches. You have to get the team into the dugout right here. 0-1. Outfield shades Mateo to right center field. The pitch is swung on and missed. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Stop me if you've heard this before. It's 0-2.
How many is that? 6, 7 times?
7 times. Let's see if we can put him away right here. 2 down, 2 on. 2-0 Orioles in the 4th. Bayo sets. He throws. Slider fouled back. That was off the plate, but a bit of a hanger. 4th inning brought to you by Cars for Kids. The easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today. Your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. Will, if you're in the Orioles dugout, hitters talk all the time. Aren't you saying, you know what? If it's 0-2, a slider's coming?
Or a ball's coming. All right, it's 0-2. Pretty much going to waste a couple pitches before he gets back in the strike zone. Get back to the fastball. Make a pitch.
0-2. Here it is. He yanked a changeup way outside. Not even close. And it's 1-2. Again, this is just one of those moments where the reality of what a pitcher is and what he perceives himself to be are sort of colliding.
The numbers that he's showing right now, going 0-2 that many times, you shouldn't be in these spots.
1-2. He is way outside. He overthrew a fastball. That might have been the 4-seamer there, actually, which is a better pitch at the top of the zone, and it's 2-2.
If you had told me before the game, all right, we're going to be in the 4th, he's going to have 7 0-2 counts, I would say, well, he's got a ton of strikeouts, and they haven't scored any runs.
They've scored 2. They've got 2 on, and Narvaez, I'm so impressed, Will, with his sense of timing. I think there are 2 things going on here right now. He's frustrated with Bayo shaking and going to pitches that he wants to throw, and he's also trying to calm him down. Alex Cora does not look happy in the dugout.
No, and this was a guy in Brian Bayo. They have the expectations, like I said, were high for him coming into this season. He bounced back in the second half of last year, made some adjustments, and they were hoping for him to make that next step.
That has not happened so far. 2-2, 2 on, 2 out to Jorge Mateo. The pitch is fouled off on the first base side. Clearly, Will, Carlos went out to the mound and said, Brian, we're throwing the heater here.
Give me your best fastball.
Let's go. Live and die with it.
He's hitting 194. Make him prove he can beat you.
85 pitches thrown. If he gets Mateo here, I think he'll come out for the 5th. Flat build cap. Shakes, now says yes. To Narvaez. 2-2. Here's the pitch, and it is a slider fouled off. That was a good one, down beneath the zone. Mateo stays alive, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, that was the one that played well off the previous pitch, the fastball middle away. That one starts in that same spot, just breaks below the zone. That's the one you want 0-2.
2-0 Baltimore. Here's a ground ball to short that should end the inning. Story's got it. He goes the short way to second in time, and the inning is over. Bayo's sort of glaring at Doug Eddings as he goes off the mound. It is 2-0 Orioles. Bottom fourth is next. Story, Narvaez, and Sogard after this. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Comienza el verano con los ahorros de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Obtén 5 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Además, ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra $50 por cada compra de $500 en electrodomésticos selectos de $396 o más. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/28. Oferta de Mulch excluye Alaska y Hawaii. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your hair has more potential than you think. Nutrafol gives your body what you need to see thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months, because it's designed to get to why it's thinning in the first place. And the best part? The results have been measured in clinical studies on real people. Your hair deserves more. More strength, more growth, and more proof. Get hair growth you can trust at Nutrafol.com.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Trevor Story leads it off against Cade Povich, 2-0 Orioles. Bottom of the fourth inning. The pitch is a strike in there. Fastball. He's just so caught in between. Walking off the mound after that top of the fourth inning, Bayo sort of inexplicably stared at the home plate umpire, Doug Eddings, shaking his head. And Doug did not appreciate it. 0-1 to Story, who was struck out today, and he takes fastball inside 1-1.
You know, I could understand that if there were some close pitch that didn't go his way, but that wasn't the case. The one he was still, the backdoor slider that he wanted, but it wasn't a strike.
It was way off. 1-1 to Story is a ball. This, to my eye, Will, looks like the classic case of a hitter just in between. Missing the fastball, guessing off speed.
Yep. Got to pick one.
2-1 from Povich to Story. The pitch is low, a fastball, and it's 3-1. And Doug Eddings stared right back at Bayo, and without even looking at him, like disgustedly flipped the ball back to the mound.
Yeah, he was not happy with that, right? You got to kind of earn the right to do that, and even the veterans know better, because now you're really not going to get the close pitch.
3-1 to Story. Trying to find something to drive right here. The pitch is outside ball four. That's doing the Red Sox a huge favor. Story's speed is aboard to begin things, and here comes Carlos Narvaez. We always are fair with the strike zone, not afraid to say when it's a little off on a given night. That's not been the case today with Doug Eddings. He's had a good zone.
No, he's normally pretty good back there. He's consistent. And like I said, there haven't been any borderline pitches that Bayo hasn't gotten.
But you're scoring the game with yet another bougie golf club pen. Here is Carlos Narvaez, right-handed hitter, who almost homered to right his first time. He takes curveball on the inside corner, 0-1. And by the way, Alex Cora is talking to him about it. I don't know whether he's exactly talking to him about Doug Eddings, but they are frustrated with everything that's going on with him right now. 0-1 is ripped into left center field. That's a base hit. Story's going to round second. He heads for third. Carlos Narvaez just keeps swinging it, and the Red Sox have him at the corners.
Just another bullet off of the bat from Carlos Narvaez.
Who knew the Red Sox traded for Pudge Rodriguez in the offseason?
No kidding. Goodness gracious.
By the way,
it's getting better and better as he goes, too. It's not like it was like a hot week. He's just getting more and more consistent.
I don't know whether they've told Bayo he's coming out, staying in, but this is the longest in-game conversation I've ever seen Cora have with him. It is sort of a father-son dynamic. Here is Nick Sogard, first and third, nobody out. Pitch is high. It reminds me of Eddie Rodriguez, where Alex so rarely says things publicly, let alone is hard in private on pitchers, but he views this as a real must to get Bayo right.
It's been a lot of teaching moments for Bayo. A lot.
What a big spot this is for Sogard. The pitch is chop foul on the third base side. You got to get at least one here, Will, and you're hoping to tie the game against Povich.
Well, no outs, 2 on right here. I mean, you got to make something happen. This is Sogard's been good against lefties. You got Christian Campbell, who had a good at bat, hit the ball hard his last at bat. Got to make something happen.
Sogard struck out his first time, 1-1. The pitch is in the dirt. Good stop there in a curveball, and it's 2-1. When you lose games, everybody focuses on the starter, the bullpen. The truth is the Red Sox offense against the team with the third worst ERA in baseball needs to step up the next 4 days. 2-1 is a chopper to third, going to get the job done. It's a fair ball picked over there by Urias. The throw to third is just in time. Story scores. That's a productive out there for Sogard. It is 2-1 with Narvaez up to second.
Productive indeed, because it was a high chopper to Urias at third base. There was no shot at turning the double play, no shot at a play at home plate. Run scores, tying run now at second base.
Well, if you're on the Orioles side, you're saying, wait a minute. We got a guy who's 13 for his last 101, and we walk him to lead off an inning. What do you know? It becomes a run. So now here is Christian Campbell. Hard grounder to short his first time. He takes a ball.
Well, Christian is very due. Very due for a big hit, and he's very due for some loud contact.
You feeling a little something?
I kind of am. A little tingle.
Sure that's not the spicy tuna. 1-0 to Christian. Here's the pitch, and that's a strike. He was looking for something on the inner half, and it's 1-1. Fourth inning bell brought to you by Boston's premier retirement planning specialist and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners. 4 offices around Boston. 1-1 to Campbell. Pitch is swung on and missed. He was thinking it. That was a changeup outside, and it's 1-2. It feels like Campbell is trying to hit everything rather than pick one pitch in one zone.
Which is totally unlike him when he's at his best, because he's much more of a selective hitter.
1-2. Pitch is outside. Nesson just had the graphic. His chase rate from April to May has gone up 22%.
Gosh. And that tells me he's uncomfortable. I mean, we see it in the swings. We see it in the at-bats. Something's got to click.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Carlos dancing around. The pitch is fouled off. He's not seeing many strikes. That's the other thing. I mean, they know he's in swing mode. Jumpy in the plate, in the box at the plate. And he spoiled that one to stay 2-2.
And what makes it tough for a young hitter, you're going well, and then teams start really pressing you, pushing you in with the fastball. And that's why you're seeing these swings and misses and chases outside of the zone, because he is gearing up for that fastball in that they are attacking him with so much.
2-2 to Campbell. Here's the pitch, and it is high. Good take. Fastball that was tantalizing up above the zone, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, and we've seen several changeups away from Campbell in this at-bat.
Feels like for him, the answers are always the other way. 3-2 is strike 3 called. He knew it. Frozen with a curveball in the outside corner. Good pitch, and they're 2 away.
You know, it was a good miss is what it was from Povich. He's trying to go down, middle of the plate down with this curveball, ends up hanging up arm side, ends up turning into a nasty backdoor breaking ball that was the last thing he was trying to do with that pitch, but it worked out in his favor.
All right, Cedon trying to pick the club up here and tie the game or more. Narvaez at second. It's 2-1. Here's the pitch. Cedon swings and misses at a curveball. He started to do that more. Chase first pitch balls. And it is 0-1. We're the only game in town today. Later on a Friday, Yankees visit the Colorado Rockies. The worst start in more than 150 years. The 0-1 is swung on a miss. A changeup. And it's 0-2. The Rockies are 8-42. That's the worst 50-game start since 1880.
Well, good thing they fired Bud Black. That really got things going for him. I think the last game they won was the day that he got fired.
Yeah, same story with these Orioles. Yankees 30 and 19. They'll have Clark Schmidt on the mound. 0-2. Cedon waiting with Narvaez at second. Pitch is high with a fastball.
Yeah, you got to think Povich just goes back to the breaking ball below the zone. He's gotten 2 chases already from Rafaela down in the dirt.
So often that elevated fastball sets it up. 1-2. Here's the pitch, and it is taken. That's encouraging for Cedon. Maybe he's ready for that. Not quite as much in swing mode, and it's 2-2. Rivalry Report sponsored by River Spring Residences, setting a new standard for memory care in New York City. 833-79-RIVER or riverspringresidences.org/radio. 2-1 O's with Narvaez at second and 2 down. He's dancing around. 2-2 to Cedon. Swinging a ground ball on the left side. Urias gloves it. He plants. He throws to first just in time to get Cedon. And the inning is over. Red Sox do get one back, thanks in large part to Carlos Narvaez. We go to the 5th inning. 2-1 O's on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Comienza el verano con los ahorros de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Obtén 5 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Además, ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra $50 por cada compra de $500 en electrodomésticos selectos de $396 o más. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/28. Oferta de Mulch excluye Alaska y Hawaii. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com.
Your dream getaway,
welcome in,
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Well, for the 4th time in a row, Bayo will not give the Red Sox 5 innings. And for the first time, he will not throw a pitch in the 5th. Brennan Bernardino is out of the Red Sox bullpen. So Bayo, 4 innings, 6 hits, walked just 1, but even with the 7 strikeouts, not nearly efficient enough. Now here's Bernardino, who has been so overworked of late. Pitch to him, Holiday that is a 1-pitch hopper to short. Story's got it, he throws to first, and Holiday is retired. I mean, this is incredible, Will. We'll pull up the exact usage, but, I mean, Bernardino, what's this, his 4th outing in the last 6 games?
Yeah. This just tells me they don't trust Bayo late in his outing. Top of the lineup coming up. He's shown he can't miss bats. This game's a 1-run game. You want to do your best to keep this here.
Adley Rutschman bats, and from the right side he takes a pitch inside for a ball. And I think as much as anything, it's also sort of a statement to him. Like, we're not going to put up with the same old thing over and over again.
Yep.
I don't know, the pitch is fouled on the third base side. That does make sense of the long conversation, by the way. I think Alex would not have done that in the middle of a start, but once they decided that was it for Bayo, it was time to have a chat.
It was just so odd because he did do such a good job of the first pitch strike and getting ahead, getting to 0-2.
Here's a pitch to Rutschman that's a little low with a changeup, 2-1.
But I know we've already talked about it ad nauseum, but he just can't finish hitters. And just so many uncompetitive pitches and running counts full when he has them down 0-2.
5th time Bernardino's pitched this week. 2-1 is outside a slider, and it's 3-1. These are the moments when you start to worry about a guy because they lean on him. They trust Bernardino, but at some point, I mean, you can't really afford to have a pitcher on the roster that needs to be down for 3-4 days. 3-1. The pitch is high on the infield. Bernardino looking sky high. Sogard from first comes down. It's not an easy sky, and Sogard handles it well. And they're 2 down. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks, 2 down in the top of the 5th inning. Bernardino trying to settle this thing down. Whitlock gets up and begins to stretch around in the Red Sox bullpen. One of those days as a fastball misses outside. The difficulty is you got Lucas Giolito, who's not been that sharp in Game 2. You need length from him. I would be really hard-pressed to think it won't be someone like Cooper Criswell who could give them big-time innings insurance as the extra man. As a sinker to Gunnar Henderson is a strike, and it's 1-1. League leaders in who's circling the drain, presented by Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipelining. 1-1 is skied on the infield on the third base side. Bregman's got plenty of room just outside the line. He's there to make the play. How about 9 pitches and 3 outs? What a study in contrast that is. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, 2-1 Orioles for the Red Sox. They will send the top of the order, Duran, Devers, and Bregman. And after this, in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Shop Lowe's for Memorial Day deals. Get up to 40% off select major appliances, including Whirlpool. Plus, save an extra $50 on every $500 you spend on select major appliances $396 or more. Like the new Whirlpool French door refrigerator featuring an indoor ice and water dispenser and a refrigerated exterior drawer to keep go-to food items within reach. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid 5/15 through 6/18. Selection varies by location. Total savings varies based on purchase amount. See Lowe's.com for details.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your hair has more potential than you think. Nutrafol gives your body what you need to see thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months because it's designed to get to wide thinning in the first place. And the best part? The results have been measured in clinical studies on real people. Your hair deserves more. More strength, more growth, and more proof. Get hair growth you can trust at Nutrafol.com.
Christian Arcand Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Feels like a big half inning for the Red Sox. The top of the order faces Cade Povich for the 3rd time. Jaron Duran leading it off. He took a fastball outside for ball 1. Povich has thrown 77 pitches. Their bullpen quiet. The pitch. Duran swings and misses. This looks less balanced for him. I understand it's a left-hander, but he's been so hot. And got away from that first stride that kind of pulls off to the first base side.
Yeah, and he had started getting a lot more pull side hits, a lot of them. But when you're facing a lefty, you really got to try to dial in that left center, hit something off the monster mentality.
Which he can be so good at. 1-1, 2-1-0s. Here's the pitch. And it is swung on a miss. He kind of pulled off that one too. And it's 1-2. We're talking about league leaders at drainsbyjames.com. They give a poop about your pipes. We'll go to the pitching side today. Walks and hits per innings pitched. WHIP for short, which is sort of relevant today. 1-2. Duran swings and misses. He's gone. He's not seen it from Povich well today at all.
Oh, he has. And a lot of fastballs getting snuck past Jarren Duran today.
That's his 6th strikeout, Povich, and here comes Devers. So unsurprisingly, the guys among starting pitchers in baseball who've got the best whip are the best guys. Nate Eovaldi, .79, Joe Ryan, .81, Brian Wu, Zach Wheeler, Hunter Brown, Yamamoto, Fried, DeGrom, Skubal, and Skeens. How's that? Here is Rafi, who singled his last time. He takes a fastball outside for ball 1. So how many walks and hits on average per each inning pitched? Anything less than 1 is spectacular. 1-0. Pitch is chopped foul. It came up and hit him on the back in the batter's box, and it's 1-1.
Rafi got real big on that big breaking ball. You know, it looked like it got him out front, but instead of holding up, he went ahead and swung anyway. He's got a piece of it, but was so spread out.
By contrast, Bayo's whip after today, 1.83. So an extra base runner per inning over the elite pitchers of the game. And again, when you do that and you don't miss many bats, even though he struck out a lot of hitters today, that is a recipe for total disaster. 1-1. Devers grounds it hard on the right side. It is handled there by Mountcastle to take it himself to the bag. And just like that, 2 away for Alex Bregman. Code word of the game today, tickets. Hopefully everybody's got their tickets for the nightcap. And enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. You'd love to just eke out a win here today and then ride the wave of what should be a really big crowd on a Friday night tonight. The pitch to Bregman is a strike. I think we're going to see the Green City Connects again. But that will not matter much if you can't win this opener against the downtrodden O's. 1-1 to Bregman. That's another strike. Change up. He wasn't looking there.
You just got to find a way late in these games for this offense to build some momentum. It's right. Even when they score early and go up, it's like the second half of these games, they just do nothing.
Which the great offenses, usually third time through an order, they crush the opposing starter. 0-2 to Bregman. Here's the pitch. And a fastball outside. The only guy in the lineup who's had 2 good at-bats today is Carlos Narvaez.
Yep. Kind of more of the same from him. But Povich has pitched well. He's changed speeds a lot. He's used his fastball up in the zone, and he's used that big breaking ball for Chase.
1-2 to Bregman. Is in the dirt. Good. Taking a curveball, and it's 2-2.
You need this Orioles team to be just the medicine that the Red Sox need to get going, right? Finish this homestand strong.
2-2 to Bregman. The pitch is drilled high to left field. That's going to get off the track and then bounce off the Mason sign. And Bregman at the last minute holds up at first base. That is the right call there. He thought about it, but it caromed hard off the wall. It's good to run hard and make it possible to get to second, and he hurt himself. Oh, no. A nightmare for the Red Sox. Caught in between. Bregman throws his helmet away. And it looks like he might have tweaked or pulled something going around first base. He just couldn't decide whether to go for second or hold up. And that indecision sees one of the Red Sox most indispensable players head for the clubhouse. So a bad day just got worse. Maybe the guy the Red Sox could least afford to lose. And he ripped that ball to left, rounding first. He at the last minute tried to put the brakes on, and it's really hard to see anything until he got back to the bag.
It bit him right when he rounded first base. And I don't know if it's a hamstring or what, but I know in my experiences with these, when you're turning to go around the base and you hit it, it's not that you hit it bad, but you hit it a certain way and you're contracting that hamstring, it can bite you and you get a little strain in there. You can see that like second step. Well, right around that bag where you could tell something bit him a little bit. Didn't look terrible, but doesn't have to be. It's just a little bit of something in the hamstrings, quads, whatever it is. That's not good news.
He immediately said, I need a trainer. Threw his helmet away.
Oh, gosh.
And a veteran player like Bregman knows. Toro is the pinch runner. Hold your breath time there. Here's Rob Refsnyder. Pitch is inside, ball 1.
Marcelo play third?
This is the first thing I thought of.
Yeah.
I mean, if this is a long injury, that's happening, Will.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not in the front office, but that move will be made. 1-0 to Refsnyder. And by the way, yes, he does. He's played everywhere on the infield.
Yeah, we saw it in spring training. And you call up the hot hand, that's for sure.
But that is the last way in the universe you wanted that to happen.
Oh, my gosh, I know.
So, a single. The tying run is aboard. 1-0 to Refsnyder. The pitch is outside. Called a ball. That's ridiculous from Doug Eddings. He's had a good zone,
that
but
was the first one, yeah.
4 inches off. Refsnyder can't believe it. It's 1-1.
You know, even if it's a minor thing with the hamstring, that's still 3 weeks. You know, just because you can't be too careful with those. So it's, gosh.
1-1 to Refsnyder. The pitch is in the dirt. A curveball, and Toro broke, then heads back to first. What a pall that casts over everything here today. I mean, they already downed Casas, ripping up his knee on the first base bag. That first base pillow has been a demon here at Fenway Park for the Red Sox. You just hold your breath and hope it's something super minor for Bregman.
Totally.
2-1 to Refsnyder.
He's a veteran player, and for him to say automatically, no, hey, I'm done for today, that's not good.
2-1 is a ball. That was a better pitch than the one was called a strike, but it's 3-1. And now Rob Refsnyder's trying to put the Red Sox ahead with one swing right here. 3-1, Toro at first, 2-1, Baltimore in the fifth. Bregman is left with an injury. The pitch is a strike. That's not the pitch he was looking for.
No,
Good take on a curve.
You know he's going to keep filling borderline pitches, pitch to the edges, off speed, because Trevor Story's on deck.
3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 down. Here's the pitch, and it is inside ball 4. Toro was a little late to take off with a lefty on the mound, but it's a walk to Refsnyder. And now Trevor Story is due up, and they will let Povich face him, I think. Now, that is not Tony Mansolino. They got the righty Sir Anthony Dominguez ready to go in their bullpen. Look,
well, he's for Narvaez.
But he is. But what is that? That's amazing, isn't it? It tells you how these hitters are going.
Well, and that's why Refsnyder got pitched 3-1 breaking ball, fastball up and in, looking for Chase. Didn't want to get hurt because they knew struggling Trevor Story was on deck.
Man, Trevor Story to bat, but the story of this inning, this game, this week, and in many ways this season is that Alex Bregman leaves with what looked like a right back of the leg injury. Immediately walked off, went into the clubhouse. And again, you're just hoping pull, strain, not tear. So here's Story. In some ways, you hope he takes this a little bit personally, because they're letting a lefty face him for the 3rd time. For most of his career, this would never have happened. 2 on, 2 out. That's trailed by a run. Here's the pitch, and Story swings and misses at a curveball. Missed it by a ton, and it's 0-1.
And I was just about to say, he's seen a ton of breaking balls below the zone. They start in the zone, break below it. He's simply not picking up spin out of the hand.
0-1. The pitch is low, a curveball, and it's 1-1. Isn't it amazing that, and wonderful that Narvaez is that hot that opposing managers are getting righties up to face him? 1-1 to Story. 2 on, 2 out. Povich throws. Trevor takes high with a fastball. And it is 2-1. Red Sox baseball brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the F-Series, America's best-selling truck for 48 years, and the official truck of the Red Sox.
Yeah, this just screams change-up count to me, but I don't know how they feel about that.
2-1, curveball, grounded softly to third. Urias has got it. Crow hopping a throw to first, and off the bag, but a tag applied to Story. The inning is over. Red Sox lead 2, but far more importantly, they lose their third baseman, Alex Bregman. We'll obviously pass on any updates. We're unlikely to get much in this ball game, but man, a bad day gets worse. 2-1 after 5. Orioles lead on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ya llegaron los descuentazos de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Miembros de My Lowe's ahorran $80 en una parrilla a gas Master Forge de 4 quemadores a solo $149. También ahorran $900 en un refrigerador Hisense con puertas francesas exclusivo de Lowe's a solo $999. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/26. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with AmexCST 10222318.
Some people play by the rules, but the real game changers break them. I'm Soraya, and on Rule Breakers, we're talking to the risk takers, the rebels, and the ones rewriting the playbook. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your hair has more potential than you think. Nutrafol gives your body what you need to see thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Because it's designed to get to why it's thinning in the first place. And the best part? The results have been measured in clinical studies on real people. Your hair deserves more. More strength, more growth, and more proof. Get hair growth you can trust at Nutrafol.com.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garrett Whitlock is on for the Red Sox as we go to the top of the 6th inning. What a tough day so far for the Red Sox. Not only do they trail the sort of downtrodden O's 2-1, Bayo leaves after 4 innings, inefficient again, as Whitlock fires a pitch to Ryan Mountcastle that's fouled off on the first base side. But far and away the most important and troubling thing that has happened today is that Alex Bregman has left the game with what looked like a hamstring injury. Sogard comes on to play third, Toro over to first. 0-1 to Mountcastle. Fouled back. It's quickly 0-2.
Yeah, and you wonder, do they make a move, right? Or do you just down a position player till you have more information tomorrow? I know Worcester's in town. Someone jump in the car and down.
I think it's in the world we live in. They'll know the severity of it. The 0-2 is in the dirt. They obviously, if Bregman can play in 3-4 days, they will not IL him.
Right.
And I don't know enough about the science of it. I mean, I guess the truth is if they make a move between games, we know that some imaging proves something really bad. The 1-2 is ground ball on the right side of base hit. So Whitlock tried a sinking fastball, and Mountcastle went the other way with it. And the leadoff man is aboard here in the 6th. It just brings up so many questions, Will, about this team, this roster, what they're going to do. Because now, and as always in 2025, Devers in the middle of all this stuff. Now you got questions at first base and third base, and Devers is the DH at the moment. Here's Ryan O'Hearn from the left side, a fastball missed inside, and Whitlock, who's had some issues tipping pitches and giving up loud contact, scoreless 5th inning on Tuesday against the Mets with a couple of hits, is on the mound. Facing O'Hearn, 2-1 Orioles, the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Slider. To me, Will, you've stood in Major League batters' boxes. I'm only 100 feet away in the broadcast booth. To me, the arm action and release point and just ferocity between the fastball and the secondary stuff looks totally different. The 1-1 is looped into left field. Duran is on to make the play. It just looks more short-armed with the slider and the changeup.
Yeah, the extension is much more with the fastball, that's for sure. I don't know as far as arm speed goes and if that's something a batter's looking for. But it's a lot of it's been location dependent as well, right? There's been a lot of balls over the middle of the plate. The one to Mountcastle, which he singled on, trying to go fastball up and away, it's over the middle of the plate. So, got to execute.
So 1-on-1 out here is Ramon Urias. That was executed nicely. Slider, and it's 0-1.
This bullpen is just taking a beating lately. I mean, they have covered now. This would be the 26th inning of work over the last 51 innings.
Way, way too many.
That's over the last 5 days.
Richard Fitz rehabbed recently. Probably got to accelerate his timeline a little bit. You got Houck down already. Bayo cannot get out of the fifth inning. Today didn't get into the fifth inning.
The tough part about accelerating, he threw 3 innings, right? You don't need to bring him back and him only go 4 or 5 because then you're in the same spot with your bullpen.
Searching for answers. 0-2 pitch inside. I think a developing possibility might be to slide Newcomb back into the rotation for the time being and maybe make someone like Criswell the long guy out there in the pen. 1 on, 1 out, 2-1 Orioles in the top of the 6th. 1-2 to Ramon Urias. Double play depth behind Whitlock. 4.01 ERA for the year. And a slider is swung on and missed. And that was a hanger, but Urias over the top of it, and they're 2 down.
Yeah, and to your point with Newcomb, if you want to slide him into the rotation, a lot of that goes into that is looking at the upcoming opponents and who they're facing. If it's right-handed heavy teams, that won't be the case. If you have a team with a lot of lefties, mainstays in lineups, and yeah, that's a good spot to put them in.
So here's Cedric Mullins, left-handed hitter with 2 down. Sogard in at third. Toro holding Mountcastle at first as a sinking fastball to Mullins in there for strike 1. The bottom line is right now is one of the real crossroads in the early tenure of Craig Breslow. He's got 8 different questions to answer, and there are not that many easy answers. 0-1 pitch is fouled on the third base side. You're down Houck. You got Casas done for the year. Bregman is injured today. So the middle of the order is decimated with injury. The starters are not going deep enough into games. And you got these 2 total horses ready to go down at AAA. 0-2 is swung on and missed. Mullins has gone. Great stuff there from Whitlock. More on that when we come back for the bottom of the 6th is 2-1 Baltimore. Narvaez, Sogard, and Campbell after this. Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Comienza el verano con los ahorros de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Obtén 5 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Además, ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra $50 por cada compra de $500 en electrodomésticos selectos de $396 o más. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/28. Oferta de Mulch excluye Alaska y Hawaii. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, going the extra mile for your business pays off. With 5 times membership rewards points on flights and prepaid hotels booked through AmexTravel.com, you can earn more points to help grow your business. And with access to more than 1,400 lounges globally through the American Express Global Lounge Collection, including the Centurion Lounge,
can I get you a refill?
You can stay fresh wherever your business travel takes you. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/amexbusiness.
Hey, I'm Tank Sinatra here with my co-host,
Investigator Slater.
And together we host the true crime podcast, Psychopedia.
It's true crime infused with comedy.
Making it a crimedy.
Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Your smart speaker to play, 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Bottom of the 6th, Carlos Narvaez to lead it off. Sox still got to find a way to focus on winning this ball game. They got just a 1-run deficit against the O's. Narvaez, Sogard, and Campbell scheduled to hit here in the Herb Chambers batting order. Watching this 6th inning is brought to you by Herb Chambers, Land Rover Boston and Land Rover Sudbury. All right, here's Narvaez, who's been awesome at the plate today. He almost homered to right his first time and then ripped a shot into left his next. Sir Anthony Dominguez, hard-throwing right-hander, offers and a chopper to second. It is handled there by Holiday, throws to first in time. Narvaez aggressive early and counts again, and there's one away.
Been sitting here watching the Bregman video, trying to get a good look at. Now the more I'm watching, I'm thinking calf.
Really?
Just watching it, watching his left calf. I've been trying to He never grabbed anything, but just watching how he came around the bag and what part of the body was hitting the ground when he kind of had that little flinch like something happened.
It's really interesting. Here's Sogard from the left side now. The pitch is inside, because the first time I really watched it, Will, I thought like the third step around the bag, it looked like something on the top of his back right leg kind of grabbed it in, but I trust what you're seeing over there. 1-0 to Sogard.
It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell.
Dominguez throws, and Sogard takes outside. This guy forever, it was assumed to be the next great closer for the Philadelphia Phillies, but he just couldn't throw enough strikes, got hit hard, and here he is in Baltimore. Their bullpen, their whole pitching staff has been a mess. The O's. 2-0 to Sogard. The pitch is a strike on the inside corner, 98 miles an hour. He's still got a big arm, and it's 2-1. Bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. Never re-roof again. NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. 2-1. Drilled high and deep toward the bullpen in right center field. Back Kerstad on the run. He can't get it. It's off his glove. Mullins plays the carom, and Nick Sogard puts a charge into it, and it's a one-out double. And the Red Sox have the tying run at second base.
Yeah, Dominguez has that electric fastball. You can see him up to 100, but batter's hitting 273 against it. And you see why. It's pretty flat. That's middle of the plate. Sogard puts a charge into it to the warning track in right center. Kerstead calling for that ball, slides for it, and just clanks off the end of the glove.
That would have been another spectacular play. He robbed Narvaez earlier in the game, and now Campbell with a big opportunity against the hard-throwing Dominguez. 2-1-0s. Seranthony throws. Campbell takes a strike. Good slider on the outside corner, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, so that sweeper has been his most effective pitch. Batter's hitting 083 against that pitch, because you do have to gear up for the 100.
0-1. Pitch way outside. Sogard continues to be a complete and total gamer.
You know, he hit 188 in AAA this year. And he came up here, he played sparingly, he's jumped around positions, spent a lot of time uncomfortably at first, which he's learning, but it keeps coming up with hits from both sides of the plate.
Great spring training. Maybe a little disappointed, which you could understand, 1-1. Not that he expected to make the team, but a guy who got a taste last season. And they always tell you the lights are brighter, the balls are whiter. Something about being in the big leagues with that adrenaline can really turn you on.
Yep.
1-1 to Campbell. He's 0 for 2 today. The pitch is a ball. Sweeper that misses outside, and it's 2-1.
That's 3 sweepers in a row here to Campbell. And if I'm him, I'm gearing up for the fastball. Dominguez knows his fastball's been hit hard. It was just hit hard by Sogard right there, but that's 3 sliders Campbell's seen.
2-1. Pitch is a fastball and a perfect pitch, bottom of the zone, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, 98 just dotted down our way. That's a good job by Campbell, not just auto swinging because he got the pitch he was looking for, because that was just well executed.
2-2. Sogard at second with 1 down. The pitch is a fastball. Fouled back. You got another one. That was more hittable.
Good swing.
Middle of the zone. Timed up, and it stays 2-2.
Hey, good swing, and it might have bought him a sweeper right here.
Campbell 5 for his last 55. See if we can get a hanger right here. 2-2. The pitch is a slider that misses outside, and it's 3-2. Dominguez is hitting his spots so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see another sweeper here. Base open, Rafael on deck.
3-2. 2-1-0s. The pitch is a slider chopped toward third and foul. He got exactly that. And the count stays full.
And now after a couple, he took a really good one. 2-2. He fouled off that one. Let's see if Dominguez goes to the fastball here.
Well, this is where Campbell was so ahead of his age early in the season. Seemed like in these spots, so many big-time and veteran-like swings. 3-2. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. He got him on a sweeper that was way outside. Did he get a piece? Yes, he did.
I mean, he might have gotten a seam, Willie. I mean, just enough. I mean, that's all you need, right?
But that swing, won't he get that pitch again?
You know, with the chess game that is baseball, I don't know. Because Dominguez thinking, okay, he's going to make an adjustment on that pitch, and I'm going to rush him with 98.
3-2. Sogard, the tying run at second. The pitch is a fastball, low ball forward. There we go. Campbell, who has not walked much at all. That's a great job.
Phenomenal at bat.
He's aboard, and now 2-on with 1 out for Cedon.
Yeah, and this is just a perfect recipe for Dominguez to throw a first pitch, get me over, sweeper, and Cedon ready for it.
You know what? Alex Cora never does this ever, and he's already down Bregman on the bench. This would be a spot I'd tempt myself to go to Abreu with 2 on and 1 out late in the game. I know it's the 6th inning, but you got 1 out. But again, they're already down a couple bench players. Here we go with Cedon, who's been great in these spots. He can't stop his swing. He's swing happy today. 99-mile-an-hour sinker up and in, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, look, you do have to start your swing early. You have to be ready to swing the bat when the guy's throwing 98 to 100. But you have to have that ability to try to stop yourself when it's a fastball at your chest.
Sogard at second, Campbell at first, 0-1. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. I mean, that's 5 feet off the plate, and it's 0-2 to Cedon. Again, he's hitting .350 with runners in scoring position, but he's really been in attack mode here today, 0-2.
Yeah, I need him shortened up here. I mean, this guy's just got too good of stuff for you to go out there and swing out of shoes.
0-2. Pitch is way high with a fastball. If you want to win free groceries for a year, prizes like $500 in Shaw's gift cards, or make your kid an honorary bat kit. Enter the Shaw's and Star Market Grand Slam Sweepstakes. $50. Get your code and enter the official rules. GrandSlamSummerSweeps.com. 1-2 to Rafaela. 2 on, 1 out. The pitch is low. Good take on a sweeper. And it's 2-2. Sogard doubled. Campbell walked. With 1 out, it's 2-2 to Cedon. The pitch is swung on and looped up the middle and through into center field. That's a base hit. Sogard comes home. Cedon has tied the game at 2. He's a killer with runners in scoring position. He delivers to knock the game at 2.
Unbelievable. Coming into today, 351 with runners in scoring position. I believe even better with 2 strikes. It was just unbelievable job. That's 99 off the hands. He doesn't hit it great, but he fights it off and took some tough pitches to get himself back in the count to get a good pitch to hit. Just dribbles that one into center. That'll do the job.
They're going to go to the lefty. I think it's Cionel Perez to see Jaron Duran, who's next. By the way, good read by Campbell. He went all the way over to third on the play, so the go-ahead run is at third with only 1 out. Perez is one of the great lefties in the game. He'll see Duran and Devers with a tie score. 1 out, bottom 6th. Red Sox and the O's. This copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the Red Sox and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of EEI and the Red Sox. 2-2. Duran trying to break the tie against a very tough lefty when we come back in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, your New England Ford dealers remind you that this is the perfect time to check out all their great Ford truck offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on Ford F-150, built Ford tough and smarter than ever. The legendary Super Duty, our most capable heavy-duty pickup, and the turbocharged Ranger, ready for your next adventure. Visit buyfordnow.com and see why now's the time to buy or lease your new Ford truck.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Storrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
It's actually Gregory Soto, beg your pardon, not Cionel Perez. Another very difficult, hard-throwing lefty to see Jaron Duran with first and third and 1 down to the Subaru of New England scoreboard. A little love goes a long way. The 25 Subaru Forester Hybrid. Learn more at SubaruofNewEngland.com. As we said, we're the only active game right now. Later tonight, the Yankees with Clark Schmidt on the mound are out in Colorado. That's an 8:40 East Coast start time. Kansas City just had a good time in San Francisco. They later tonight will be in Minnesota. The Twins had that 12-game winning streak. They're now 5 games over 500. San Diego and Atlanta, that's a marquee matchup. It's 7:15, Padres and the Braves. And how about the L.A. Dodgers visiting the New York Mets, 7:10 this evening. All right, here we go with Jarren Duran. Against the lefty like this, is something like safety squeeze ever in play?
You read my mind. I would love it. I don't think we see it. But Campbell can run at third base.
First and third, Duran takes a ball, fastball high. That's a big part of the calculus, isn't it? Can the guy get down the line at third?
Totally. That's got to be part of it. Because if you got Raffy over there, he's not scoring. It's got to be a perfect bunt. But Soto's nasty. He's tough on lefties. Heavy sinker slider mix.
1-0 to Jarren. And the pitch is drilled into center field. That's a base hit. Campbell comes home to score. Rafaela rounds to second. Duran holds it first. A left on left. RBI knock. And it's 3-2 Red Sox.
Oh, that is huge. And it's good to see Jarren Duran make the adjustment. He had a tough time with the lefty Povich. Gets that heavy sinker, 97, over the middle of the plate, and that is the Jarren Duran we love to see. Line drive to left center. Now the big fella coming to the plate.
Yeah, and Raffy Devers. And on a day where so much has gone wrong, another shortened start, you lose your third baseman and leader, Alex Bregman, to an injury. This has been an impressive response, and you don't want to stop right here. Devers, the man at the plate. Rafaela at third. Duran at first. The pitch is called a ball. Fastball high at 97, 1-0. Justin Wilson begins to throw. What a big swing that was from Duran. Pitch to Raffy. Drilled high and deep into right field. Adios, Carita! 3-run homer. And it is 6-2 Red Sox.
Keep going. You're giving me chills right now, Willie. That ball was absolutely obliterated. That's on a line to right center where it's deep here at Fenway Park. Got a pitch over the middle of the plate right there, and my goodness, that is damage.
He moves into 10th place all-time with 211 career home runs with the Wally mask on, which is sort of like his natural state of being. And here is Abraham Toro in there, and he takes a strike on the inside corner.
I love that. He got the first pitch fastball was a ball. Soto's looking for chase, and Raffy just sits on the slider. And oh my goodness,
dude,
that
ball was
loud.
Crushed. And that went over the Red Sox bullpen, just to the right of the 420.
That wasn't one of those towering homers. That is a line drive frozen rope.
I need the tail of the tape on that one. 408. It left at 108. 1-1. Swing and a foul again. What a response by this Red Sox team. And they bring in the lefty to face Duran and Devers, and they both torch him.
I love it. Just a nice 5-piece McNugget here in the 6th. Needed that. But this offense should just wake up.
That takes Bayo off the hook big time and softens some of the salt in the wounds of the Bregman injury. 1-2 to Abraham Toro, who's ostensibly taking Bregman's place right now in the lineup. He takes a 1-2 pitch outside, and it's 2-2. You know, we keep talking about it, Will, that they've got now voids at both first base and third, and that man, Raffy Devers, you know, is a real possibility to do both those things. 2-2 to Toro. Pitch is a hard line drive up the middle. It almost hit the bag. It's bobbled by Holiday. He can't make the play, and Toro is safe. That's a play that I think Holiday should make, and I also think they should score it a hit for Toro.
Yeah, balls hit hard, and look, infielders get really weird when the ball bounces anywhere near the second base bag. It almost goes off the glove of Soto. It's got some side spin on it. It just bounces in front of the bag, and infielders take their eyes off of that ball when they see the bag, and that little bit can make you miss it.
Here comes Chris Holt, their pitching coach. And by the numbers, Holiday has been an awful defender this year. So it is 6-2 Red Sox, 5 in. What I was going to say, Will, is that, yes, it is sort of a pretty easy knee-jerk to say you got first base needs. You got third base needs with Bregman right now, and this is not hyperbole. I know it's not October, But Devers is David Ortiz. I mean, he's the best designated hitter in the game, and you can make the argument just leave him alone.
I'm leaving it, and I also want him to play 162 games. We've seen him in the field. He gets hurt. He gets dinged up. He misses games. I want his bat in the lineup. Sogard is doing just fine at first base. Let him play first base every day, and then call up the kid. If you need to, call up Meyer, put him at third base. He's athletic enough to do it, and we know he can swing it.
How many big homers is Devers going to hit this week? Yeah, that was amazing. And the key at bat of the whole sequence, Christian Campbell. Here's Rob Refsnyder takes a strike on the outside corner.
If you see my my lineup or my scorecard here, what's circled? Christian Campbell walk in the 6th. That was the turning point for me.
It says BB. Is that an acronym for something else?
You got to BB the BB. You know what I mean? Walk the walk.
Big stones as Refsnyder fouls it back on the first base side, and it's 0-2.
Took me a sec, but yes.
That was a great plate appearance.
It was, and that's from a guy who's been struggling. And look, when you're not seeing the ball well and you have a base open, you start second-guessing yourself. You're a little passive. That was a great at-bat.
0-2 to Rob against the lefty and Soto. Pitch is just outside, very close. Tell you what, I mean, the big swing is from Raffy to cap the rally. But Duran, man, this offense almost always follows his lead.
Totally. He's the engine.
1-2. Toro, not much of a lead at first. The pitch. Refsnyder takes the ball, and Abraham reads it well. Up to second base, boxed around a little bit there by Rutschman. And Abraham Toro into scoring position.
Totally. And look, this is a reason why Refsnyder is in the 4-hole against lefties. You're right. You have to bring lefties out of the pen to face Duran and Devers, but you have to face 3 batters, and that means it buys Refsnyder another bat against a left-handed arm.
2-2. 5 runs in. Sox lead 6-2. 2-2 to Refsnyder. The pitch is swung on and missed. A slider in under the hands. And they're 2 away. Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher during this year, Arbella donates $50 to the Jimmy Fund. They're here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. By the way, I think especially with the score what it is now, they're going to run Whitlock back out there for another inning. They had made a decision to try to not always force him to do that job. Here is Trevor Story. Man, could he use a hit. He takes a fastball in the inside corner.
Yeah, well, the state of the bullpen, the usage over the last 5 days, you have a doubleheader. I think today is the day. You extend that leash and hope to get 2 innings out of Witt.
Again, especially because Bayo only went 4 innings.
Go. Exactly.
0-1. Toro at second. 6-2 Red Sox. Devers has struck again. 0-1 is fouled on the first base side. And I think a pretty fitting shot that Nesson just had. Nobody in the ballpark happier than Brian Bayo. He is laughing and grinning ear to ear with Devers to his side.
Yeah, look, at least he's in there being a good teammate, right? He's got his own stuff to figure out, but pull for your teammates.
0-2 to Story. The pitch is down and in. Sweeper.
Good take.
Just showed Masataka in the Red Sox dugout. I mean, if for some long shot reason they decided to give Raffy a glove, I think Massa could be an option on Monday when he's able to come off the 60 to be the DH. 1-2 to Story. So 2 would be Roman Anthony. Here's the pitch, and Trevor takes a pitch up and in. 2-2.
How much live pitching has Massa seen lately?
It's true. Not much at all.
You know, the guy can hit, but how much does the shoulder pain affect him when he swings? I know throwing is an issue, and he has restarted that program.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Toro at second with 2 down. 6-2 Red Sox. The pitch is ground foul outside of third.
I just don't think they take Raffy out of the DH spot.
I don't either.
I just don't think it happens. Not with the way he's been swinging the bat.
That's right. He's so hot that it's hard to justify asking him to make yet another change. By the way, Garrett Whitlock in the Red Sox dugout is really kind of working his arm as if he still needs to stay loose. Of course, coming back off the surgery.
Yeah, long inning, too.
Yeah, 2-2. Fans into it, and why not? The tale of 2 innings this has been. Another 2-2 is just low with a fastball. Get taken. It's 3-2. A few more fans here. I think is maybe some offices near emptying out. Some classes end at colleges around the area here. Graduation weekend. Some young folks have come on over. 6-2 Red Sox. 3-2 to Story. Toro at second. Pitch is high in the air. into center field, not hit well. Mullins to his left. He's there to make the play, and the inning is over. However, the Red Sox put 5 up, and after 6, lead the Orioles 6-2 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
You don't want vacation to end, but with Amex Platinum, you earn 5 times membership rewards points on prepaid hotels and more booked through AmexTravel.com. So you're already planning the next one. Book your room with fine hotels and resorts through Amex Travel and get an upgrade when available. Plus guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout, so you have time to check out the pool before flying off to what's next. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/with-AmexCST 1022318.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your hair has more potential than you think. Nutrafol gives your body what you need to see thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months, because it's designed to get to why it's thinning in the first place. And the best part? The results have been measured in clinical studies on real people. Your hair deserves more. More strength, more growth, and more proof. Get hair growth you can trust at Nutrafol.com.
Hi, this is Garrett Whitlock. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Well, it is Garrett Whitlock back out for the top of the 7th. 6-2 Red Sox. Now, a game you really need to get across the finish line. It feels a little ominous all of a sudden. Rain clouds sort of overhead. There is some in the forecast, but it was, at least earlier today, predicted to be pretty light.
Yeah.
Hopefully the kind you can play through.
Let's hope so.
You've got a lot of talking to do between games.
I do.
After games. Here's Kerstad fouls it off on
During
the third base side.
To myself in my sleep.
Well, you
it
can
never
shut
stops.
up now. I'll just do this part of it,
Thank
and you
you.
can save yourself for Nesson.
I'll tell you what, isn't it amazing how fast the momentum in baseball games changes?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
0-1. Fouled off. And, you know, one of the things about it, Will, is that the Red Sox, for a lot of different reasons, need to snap off a long run of wins where they can win 10 of 15, 15 of 20, whatever it is, so that on any given day when a thing or two goes wrong, you blow a save, you trail in a game, it doesn't feel like the Titanic is sinking. The 0-2
so true.
misses.
It's so true, because when you're losing games, and you're losing games in bad ways in which they have close games, every time you lose another one or someone boots a ball, it's like, here we go again, and you want to lose that feeling.
1-2. Here's a broken back grounder to first. Toro to his left. He'll take it himself to the bag, and there's one away. Had that bat been made with Cape Cod lumber, that thing would not have splintered even a little bit. It's probably a better choice for your lumber. Find the lumber for your next project at CapeCodLumber.com. Does Jenny tell you that you do talk in your sleep?
No, I'm a good sleeper. I don't make noise. I'm telling you, I do so much during the day, I get to my pillow and I'm gone.
That's a great skill. Here's Jorge Mateo. He bluffs the bunt, takes a strike on the outside corner. I do talk in my sleep. I pass that on to my boys. And one really weird thing that I do is that I often speak in Spanish in my sleep. 0-1 is swung on and missed. A sinker, and it's 0-2. So like in college and on road trips, bachelor parties, whatever, you're in rooms with other people, and it's the middle of the night, and all of a sudden somebody's speaking Spanish. I can't tell you how often I've woken up, people have been like, I thought we got broken into. The 0-2 is a slider on the outside corner. It's 1-2.
I'm just trying to imagine this. Oh, it's good.
1-2. The pitch is downstairs. And by the way, just before the Twitter mob gets on me, I'm not saying anything about the Spanish language. Just when you go to sleep thinking you're not next to somebody who speaks that language and you hear it in the room, what in the world? 2-2, 6-2 Red Sox in the top of the 7th. Jorge Mateo is singled and grounded out. He fouls it off on the first base side. Whitlock's been efficient and good. It's 2-2.
And here I thought I knew everything about you. I learned that.
We got a long way to go for that. Little kids are hilarious, too, when they speak in their sleep.
So looks like right quad tightness.
All right, 2-2 pitch is fouled back. That's good, don't you think?
That's better than a calf or a hamstring, I think. I feel like the quad tends to bounce back a little quicker. But, you know, I wouldn't think the severity is terrible. The way he didn't go down, he stayed on the field, you know what I mean? It didn't look terrible, but there's definitely a strain.
2-2. Changeup fouled back. Well, I like that Bregman just said, I'm not pushing this. I'm coming out of the game.
He knows himself. I mean, he knows that you know your body at this point in your career, right? If you ever have to turn it on in a at that time a one-run game and have to score from first, knowing you can't do it, you don't want to cost the ball club.
I love that in Bull Durham. Stop thinking it can only hurt the ball club. 2-2 pitch is fouled right underneath us. Sinker, and it stays 2-2. Ripped foul on the third base side. So if you were like at a bachelor party with me, we were sharing.
My wife would never let me go with you, ever.
And we were sleeping. Yeah, I'd be like snoring away, and I'd say, "Distensión del tendón de la corva derecho," right quad strain. Here's a pitch on the right side.
That's so suave when you do it, though.
I promise you, in the middle of the night, it's not suave.
I wouldn't be startled in my sleep unless you were like, Diablo! You know, like dropping like something, you know, striking fear in me.
There is one particular word that you hear around batting cages these days in baseball more than others. 2-2 is swung on and missed, called a fast strike anyway. 97, Whitlock rolling along, and they're 2 away.
Fastball's jumping out of his hand. That was 97 with movement away from Mateo. That one came back, went for the check swing. He did get a piece of it into the glove of Narvaez, but he was able to squeeze it.
Third strikeout for Whitlock. Diablo. Here's Jackson Holliday. Devers' 3-run homer capped off a 5-run sixth. The pitch to Holliday, chopped to second. Campbell's there. Hip high, grab, and a throw to first in time. Inning over. Stretch time at Fenway. 6-2 Sox in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half-off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, going the extra mile for your business pays off. With 5 times membership rewards points on flights and prepaid hotels booked through AmexTravel.com, you can earn more points to help grow your business. And with access to more than 1,400 lounges globally through the American Express Global Lounge Collection, including the Centurion Lounge,
Can I get you a refill?
You can stay fresh wherever your business travel takes you. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/AmexBusiness.
Dominate your fantasy baseball league with Fantasy Baseball Today, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. Join Scott White, Chris Towers, and me, Frank Stanfield, every weekday as we recap every player from every game. We'll get you the latest news, waiver wire adds and drops, trades to make, prospect promotions, and everything else you need to take down your league. Follow and listen to Fantasy Baseball Today on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
An emotional roller coaster of a day here for the Red Sox.
That's what we do.
Pretty much all year long. They lead 6-2. Lucas Giolito scheduled to face Rogers tonight. Then Dobbins and Buehler Saturday and Sunday against Eflin and Kramer, and this absolutely feels like a game you got to get across the finish line. And now, with what they've overcome in this one, you got to be thinking 3 or 4 or a sweep against this O's team.
Yeah, absolutely. As I'm sure they were. They limped into this series. They just broke an 8-game losing streak and won in 11 innings in Milwaukee 2 days ago. This team is just not playing good baseball. They're finding ways to lose.
So here's Cionel Perez, who's having a real rough year. He takes an arm swing, throws a slider inside to Narvaez on the corner, and it's 0-1. He's their fourth pitcher. Povich, Dominguez, Soto, and Cionel. 6.53 ERA. Carlos Narvaez takes a ball outside. It's 1-1. This guy, Carlos Narvaez, is lined out, almost homered his first time, then ripped a single into left field. On the first pitch he saw back in the sixth, he grounded to second. The 1-1 fouled off on the first base side.
Yeah, and the fastball from Perez has been hit hard. A 380 batting average against. You look at the heat maps, it's middle of the plate a lot. He's got that slurve and slider he'll throw. Those have been effective for him.
1-2. To Narvaez, the pitch way outside. This guy's becoming a little bit of a cult hero in Boston, is Narvaez. Part of that is he's so friendly and warm, embraces a lot of his nicknames. He's got his own Narvi tattoo on his forearm, but people are starting to call him the Narwhal. The 2-2 is high with a fastball.
There's just something about taking players from the Bronx and be successful in a Red Sox uniform. It just feels good.
Yeah, Whitlock, Carlos, 3-2. At the Perez throws, and Carlos takes ball 4. He missed badly with a sinker, so why not? Narvaez, who came in with an on-base percentage of .343, is on base for the second time in this one, and that's a good way to start the bottom of the 7th.
Well, now Nick Sogard, he's been so good against lefties, which we've already mentioned. Perez has got that fastball up to 97, 98.
He's had a big game, has Sogard. The pitch is outside. And the versatility on display, too, as Toro comes on to play first base. Nick went over to third. He drove in a run his first time in the 4th and then ripped that double that ignited the rally in the 6th.
Yeah, if he's having good at-bats, he's a really good asset because you can plug him anywhere.
1-0 is inside. And what's cool is he got the double from the left side. He started the game batting righty, right, left, right. It's such a weapon.
It really is. It's the Alex Cora special. If he could have all switch hitters, he would.
2-0. Narvaez leading at first. The pitch is a strike. Slider at the bottom of the zone, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, I think I might sit slider again here, just because Perez he's not throwing his fastball for strikes.
2-1. Pitch is right there. No,
it's a little
high,
zone,
but called a strike, and it's 2-2. He is the 7th batter, by the way, Sogard. Brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. 2-2 to Sogard, the pitch. Swinging a soft ground ball on the left side. Mateo to second for 1. Very nicely done over to first. 2, a double play. So the leadoff walk is a race. One thing that I think about Sogard, in addition to the fact that he's versatile, has a chance to get hits all the time, I think he's an awesome playoff player, because if you think about it, he always puts the ball in play.
Totally.
He just rarely strikes out. That's the kind of thing you want when the pressure is its highest. Here's Christian Campbell, who had maybe the key plate appearance of the game. He chops this one on the right side. Holiday got the second hop. He throws to first in time, and the inning is over. We go to the 8th inning. Red Sox 6, Orioles 2 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Ya llegaron los descuentazos de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Miembros de My Lowe's ahorran $80 en una parrilla a gas Master Forge de 4 quemadores a solo $149. También ahorran $900 en un refrigerador Hisense con puertas francesas exclusivo de Lowe's a solo $999. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/26. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Aussie original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader.
Like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on Auto Trader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on Auto Trader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Justin Wilson is on for the Red Sox as we go into the 8th inning, 6-2 Boston. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Kickstart your summer with Nissan. Offers going fast to the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com. Today, here's Adley Rutschman from the right side against Wilson, who's been fabulous. Justin Miz with a cutter, low for ball one.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with Wilson's fastball. At age 37, still has a good hop, good velocity, misses bats with it top of the zone.
1-0. Pitch is just inside, slider, and it's 2-0. He wobbled a little bit, Will, in like the third week of the season, Wilson did, but since then, he's been one of their most dependable relievers.
Yeah, against both righties and lefties, too.
Which is one of the reasons Craig Breslow was so drawn to him. 2-0, the pitch is ripped up the middle into center field. That's an encouraging swing for Rutschman. And he has a laser beam knock to begin the top of this 8th inning.
Yeah, lefties against Wilson this year, 130. Right, righties actually hitting 330 against them, so big difference there as far as first lefties and righties, but as Henderson steps in, that's a good number.
You're just reading the news, Will. Leadoff man board. They play this guy, Gunnar, to pull big time, a fastball outside, and it's 1-0. The Orioles have not yet locked up any of their young core. You would figure this guy would be at the top of the list, the guys they really need to solidify. And he's not been totally himself this season. Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. 1-0 is fouled back. And for the first half of last year, he was an MVP candidate.
Yeah, just didn't have a spring training because of that intercostal, oblique, whatever you want to call it, that strain in his side. So he had a late start to this season.
Intercostal waterway, not from your house. 1-1. The pitch is a little, that's too bad. Sorry. I will not do that again.
Why not?
Dad jokes in the 8th inning, no good.
No. When we're winning, it's great.
6-2 Red Sox, 2-1. To Gunnar Henderson. Here's the pitch. And a high drive into left field, back into his left to Ran, and he will get there and make the play. He didn't read it perfectly off the bat, sort of on a straight line, but kind of like a free safety, he readjusted, and there's one away.
Yeah, that's perfect assessment. It was not a good route. He kind of was cutting across to right center and then had to go back on it the last 5 steps or so towards the monster, but nonetheless made the play.
Well, now Aroldis Chapman and Slayton are warming for the Red Sox in their bullpen. You'd love to get out of this inning, tack on more runs, and give Chapman this game off. Save him for tonight or maybe even tomorrow or maybe even Sunday.
Oh, yes.
Here's Ryan Mountcastle. The pitch is low. You know, though, the Red Sox want this game badly. Alex Cora will manage to win. But if Wilson could get him through this frame, you'd really like, I think, to use Slayton, not Chapman. Matchups notwithstanding. 1-0. Here's the pitch. And it is foul on the first base side, not a play. Get sizzling this Memorial Day with the amazing 4-day sale. Shaw's and Star Market sirloin steak tips value pack now $6.97 a pound. When you use the digital coupon Limit 2, the sale ends Monday. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox radio network. Here is a pitch that misses inside. Mountcastle takes a ball, and it's 2-1. Alex Bregman left the game. It looked like a bad hamstring or groin injury, but the Red Sox announced it is right quad tightness. 2-1. That's inside with a fastball. So Mountcastle, the hitter now. Ryan O'Hearn, a lefty, is on deck with both Slayton and Chapman throwing in the Red Sox pen. Bayo went only 4 innings. Sox trailed 2-0 in this game, but a 5-run sixth changed it all. 3-1. The pitch. Way outside. We don't see much of that from Wilson at all. That was a fastball that was not close. So now you got to hold your breath a little bit. 2-on with 1 out. And the lefty O'Hearn will come to the plate.
Yeah, and even with the splits the way they are with Wilson against righties, you want to challenge Mountcastle. Just not a lot of home runs over the last season and a half for him. I want to make him put the ball in play.
The Orioles don't have a lot on their bench. Probably the most dangerous hitter is the switch-hitting Dylan Carlson. But he is off to an utterly horrific start to this season. 1 for his first 22.
Oh, no.
So, I think Tony Mansolino probably ride with his guys. This is, if he loses O'Hearn, I think this will be Wilson's last hitter. 2-1, 1 out, 6-2. The pitch is low and outside a fastball. And it's 1-0. At some point, the overusage of the bullpen is going to catch up to the Red Sox.
Totally. And the fastball command that's been so good for Wilson just not there today.
1-0. Pitch. That one is a strike. Cutter. By the way, time now for the results of our poll from the New England Chevy dealers. Question of the day. Of course, it was, who would be the favorite to be the Rookie of the Year for the Red Sox? The answer resoundingly, Carlos Narvaez with 69.5% of the vote. Here's a little blooper in a shallow center field. Cedon cannot get it, nor can Story. It bounces in for a hit. They'll hold Rutschman at third, and that means the tying run is going to come to the plate in Ramon Urias, and you wonder whether Alex Cora's got to come out. He is. He takes the jacket off. He'll get the new card, the new pitch comm, and he will summon Justin Slayton. Wilson just did not have it today. Nothing easy this season for the Red Sox. 6-2, bases loaded, 1 out in the 8th. Slayton coming on next. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This call to the bullpen gives you a chance to check out all the great Ford SUV offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV.
With McValue at McDonald's, you don't just get deals on the drinks, you get deals on McDonald's drinks. So when you're breaking a sweat, embrace the chill without breaking the bank. And when your crew is running on empty, keep your wallet full while refreshing the squad.
Don't just pass the vibe check. Ace it with drinks like Coke Zero, Dr. Pepper, or any size soft drink for $1.39. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Justin Slayton is on as we're in the top of the 8th. I used to love Doug Lane, you know that?
Yeah, it used to be cool.
Yeah. This pitching change and slow down in the action in the form of Justin Slayton is brought to you by Izervay. Tying run at the plate in the form of Ramon Urias. The base is loaded. Slayton, he had a wobble. He gave up 6 runs in the span of 4 appearances. Was not himself, but Will, he really has turned a corner, and he's back to his dominant self.
Yeah, and I think it was just a mechanical issue. I mean, he was going to spin way too often also because he wasn't throwing his fastball for strikes. He got back to the fastball at 98 in the zone, and then all of a sudden, the nasty curveball followed that, and the cutter.
Well, we're here again, by the way, because of another shortened Bayo start, a day where your scorecard is getting stretched. Slayton is the 5th Red Sox pitcher, and this means almost assuredly you're going to see Chapman in this game. Unless Slayton can quickly get out of it, you add more runs on, you're going to use the closer here. But first things first, bases loaded for Ramon Urias.
3 pitches, double play ball. That'd be nice.
Put it into the ethers. The pitch is lined into right field, and that is down for a base hit. Ref Snyder plays it on 1 hop. 1 home, 1 run is home in Rutschman, and it's now 6-3, and the tying runs are on base.
It's never easy, is it, Willie?
Not with this club,
easy.
not in this season. So that run, of course, is charged to Wilson, who gave up 2 hits and a walk. So now, trying to just stay ahead is Slayton. The batter is the left-handed hitting and hot Cedric Mullins. The pitch. Curve misses down and in for ball 1.
Now, lefties have had trouble with Slayton, hitting .094 against him so far this year.
One 1-0, swing and a miss. Really good curveball, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, his ability to not only throw the curveball down and in just like that, the cutter in on the hands, and then the fastball up at the zone has been really effective against lefties.
1-1, base is loaded. 3-run Red Sox lead in the 8th inning. Slayton sets, he throws, and that one almost hit Mullins.
It almost went to the backstop, too. Narvaez did a really good job to glove 97 on a spiked fastball.
Orioles have the lefty Keegan Aiken up in the pen. That's because Rafaela, Duran, and Devers due up in the bottom of this 8th inning. What a pick that was by Cedon. Nuke missile, 2-1, is a foul ball. Through the wickets, good cutter, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, and I know, look, Mullins pulls the ball well, but a lot of lefties come here as opposing players and say, you know what, I'm going to use the monster, and that's why you're seeing Slayton pound him on the inner half.
Told you his numbers in this ballpark and against this team, he's been great. Mullins, 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Great curveball. And that's the biggest pitch of the game so far. Strikeout of Mullins, and they're 2 away.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing right there. He's shown the cutter and the fastball into Mullins, and that is as 12-6 as 12-6 gets. Comes out of the hand and just goes directly down into the glove of Narvaez on the dirt.
Here's Heston Kierstad. Left-hander with the bases loaded. 6-3 Red Sox in the 8th. The pitch is a curveball that bends high and out of the hand of Slayton. Ball 1.
Yeah, Araldis is down there playing catch. He's tossing. He's not thrown off the mound yet, but he's starting his routine to be ready for the 9th.
I'd like to get some of his routine in my life. Oh, 1-0. Is a chopper on the right side. Campbell to his left. He's got it. Goes to first. In time, inning over. What a job by Slayton. Just 1 in for the O's. Sweet Caroline will sound sweet tonight. 6-3 Red Sox. Bottom 8 next. It'll be Rafaela, Duran, and Devers in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lowe's knows that no matter your paint or stain project, saving is at the top of your to-do list. Save now with buy one, get one half off select paints, stains, and primers from top brands like Valspar, HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams, and Cabot via Visa gift card rebate. Find more Memorial Day deals now at Lowe's. We help, you save. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. Offer valid 5/15 through 5/28.
With Memorial Day weekend starting tomorrow, it's the time to make sure you're stocked on charcoal, dogs, burgers. Grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick for an epic Memorial Day celebration. Because the unofficial start of summer deserves the unofficial official summer refreshment.
Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
When you're with Amex Business Platinum, you have the card that helps businesses dream bigger. Get a flexible spending limit that adapts with your business and earn 1.5 times membership rewards points on select business purchases. So you can stock up on what you need to take your business further and get rewarded for growing bigger. That's the powerful backing American Express. Not all purchases will be approved. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/Amex Business.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cedon Rafaela. His times do feel pretty good right now. Takes a slider down and in for ball 1. He leads it off. Then Duran on deck. 1-0. Driven high and deep down the left field line. Gone if fair. It is way back, and it is just foul by about 2 feet.
Maybe.
He went and dropped the barrel on that thing. Man, was that close. Duran on Deck brought to you by TimberTech, decking and railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. CNL Perez did the reverse Carlton Fisk right there. Waved it foul. It worked. 1-1. Pitch is way up and outside. And it's 2-1.
Well, Perez has given up a run in half of his outings this year. 9 of his 18 outings, he's given up a run.
But really good work there by Ben Johnson, Amy, and the whole Nesson crew. They had great shots there. They had Perez waving at foul and Bayo doing the exact opposite.
Big Poppy up there? It looks just like him.
People can't see radio, Will. He's a guy
I'm
in
talking
a
to you.
jersey. Bayo was waving it fair. It did not happen. 3-1 to Rafaela, outside ball 4. And it goes without saying, Will, you cannot get a big enough lead here. And I think you'd really like to put up 3 or 4 and let Chapman just sit down.
Oh, that would be nice. But then who comes in? Right? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No easy choices. I mean, Liam threw a couple innings, unlikely today. Dancing around is Rafaela. I mean, Bernardino's already thrown. I don't think you want to use Weissert because you need to save him for high leverage later. Well, just make it 12-3, and then Abraham Toro can pitch.
Where's Dom Smith when we need him?
The pitch to Duran is driven high into left field. Back on it at the track is O'Hearn. He cannot get it. It's off the green. Cedon read it perfectly. He comes to third. He's waved home. The throw from Mullins is in time and dropped. Cedon touches the plate. The throw beat him. The Red Sox take a 7-3 lead. And now Cedon is hurt. Trying to avoid the tag. He is hobbled coming back to the first base dugout. Looks like his right knee got a little tweaked. Almost a standing swim move there to avoid the tag. And it was just totally dropped by Rutschman there.
Yeah, it was an awkward because the throw took Rutschman in foul territory, so Cedon had to come into fair ground. I didn't see anything that looked like it twisted or got tweaked. That was more just him landing on that knee, probably scraping that knee up a little bit. Good throw had him.
No kidding. And it was a pretty strong throw by Mullins playing that huge carom. Here's Devers. He fouls it back on the third base side. By the way, earlier today, that was Rafi's second homer of the year against lefties. He is mashing southpaws. So it is 7-3, looking to blow this thing wide open.
By the way, awful play off the monster by O'Hearn. You never go back to the wall unless you think you can glove it.
And it was way above him, almost near the MGM sign. 0-1 to Devers. Duran at third, infield, and the pitch is low and outside. It's 1-1. It was a double.
And to your point about Devers smoking lefties, I mean, he's in .313 against lefties this year, 20 for 64.
1-1. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. I think Devers wants that one back. These things always go hand in hand, Will. When he's raking, the body language is just awesome. He's talking to himself, he's breathing, the shoulders are up. 1-2. Good luck to the infield that's in. Here's the pitch, and Rafi grounds it into left field. That's a base hit. He plays the short angles, and the Red Sox lead it 8-3. Devers is so hot. His third hit of the afternoon.
3 hits, 4 RBIs. Jarren Duran came into the 6th inning 0 for 3. He has 2 hits now with a single and an RBI double. It's good to, we talked about this. This team needs to be better in the second half of ball games, and that's what they've done today.
Well, and here now, Abraham Toro. Earlier, Abreu almost has to play in nightcap, even though Rogers, the lefty, will play because of the injury to Bregman. Will pitch, I should say. It's 0-1 to Toro. Well, this is where that pitch by Slayton's so big. To keep it a 3-run game, the Orioles leave Perez in the game instead of Aiken, and he gives more up. The 0-1 is grounded foul outside of third. And it's 0-2. By the way, Chapman is sat down, although for right now, nobody else is up.
Well, it's going to be Slayton. He's at 8 pitches right now, so Slayton is going to be your guy. Which I'm fully behind. Let him finish this thing out. He already is up and thrown. He's hot. And then you have Weissert and Araldis for game 2.
Here's the pitch to Toro. And that misses. 1-2. Nobody out, 2 runs in. 8-3 Red Sox in the bottom of the 8th. Good start to a double dip at Fenway. The pitch is fouled off on the first base side. Really comfortable swings as a fan in the upper deck. Made a bare hand grab.
That was awesome. Just a one-handed, nonchalant. Give me that. Oh, he went up the stairs for it and robbed another fan. That was sweet.
Flannel unzipped vest, a backwards cap. 1-2 is ripped into center field. That's a base hit. Devers will hold at second. And the Red Sox are teeing off here in the bottom of the 8th. So now a 5-run lead. So now we, barring a meltdown, the Red Sox, like they're going to take game 1 of this doubleheader as Chris Holt comes back to the mound. Time to start talking about who we might want to chat with in the post game. I'm sure that television may ask for Devers or Duran.
Oh, good luck getting Raffy.
It has not been easy to do this year in spite of all of his great work at the plate. Narvaez is certainly a possibility. Maybe even somebody like Nick Sogard would be fun to talk to, given his poise.
I mean, nobody up in Baltimore's bullpen. I mean, this is up to Perez. This is simply a, hey, we're going to give you a breather. This inning's yours.
Get us through it.
Figure it out. Doubleheader. We got to save our guys. You're going to have to eat this one.
Just an amazing downturn for the Orioles this season. Red Sox taking advantage, and now Refsnyder gets another look at a lefty. Red Sox with now 8 runs, 11 hits, no errors, 3-10-2 for the Orioles. The updated box score brought to you by the Mass Lottery, who celebrate the game we love. From the baseball diamond to the lottery games that support all our 351 cities and towns. Here's a pitch inside to Refsnyder. Fastball. On the one hand, Rob is so professional. He's so heady at the plate, so I expect him to do all the right things and craft a good at-bat. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he's thinking, I want to put this game to bed right here.
Let's launch. Yes. Shall we?
2 on, none out. 1-0 pitch is swung on and missed. There was that swing right there, and it's 1-1.
That was it. That was it. Good thing his shoes are tied tightly because he would have come right out of them.
And you're good with it. I mean, this is the perfect spot for that. Against the lefty who's struggling. 1-1. 2 on, none out. The pitch is a strike. Slider, bottom of the zone, and it's 1-2. About 3 hours from now, a little less than that, we'll play game 2 with Lucas Giolito on the mound. Red Sox looking like they'll be right at 500. 26 up and 26 down. 8-3 right now. 2 on, none out. The pitch is fouled back to the screen. I think Rob would like another look at that. That was 96, but it was center cut. A fastball, and it stays 1-2.
He's taking a couple very aggressive swings on fastballs, and you got to think Perez is going to try to get him to chase a slider here.
Well, again, I think this is one of those spots where Refsnyder is showing great situational awareness. 1-2. Perez sets. He throws, and Rob takes the ball. And by that I mean, well, like if it's a tie game, I bet you he's shortening up and shooting one to right.
Of course, but if you can put this thing to bed, man. Now's the time.
2 strikes to Refsnyder. Devers at second, Toro at first. The pitch is outside, fastball, and it is 3-2. You're right, the bullpen's quiet. They are leaving Perez in no matter what.
Already at 33 pitches. Just 18 strikes.
Time to take advantage. 3-2, Trevor Story is on deck. Perez sets, he throws. Refsnyder drives one high into left field. It's at the track. It's at the wall. It is gone! Refsnyder does go Yahtzee, a 3-run homer. And it is 11-3 Diablo.
You knew it. We could feel it. Everybody was thinking it. We saw it on the 2 swings. He was just off. He fouled him back, worked the count to full, got another one. That is now 15 3-run homers by the Boston Red Sox, tied with the Los Angeles Dodgers for the lead of 3-run homers in all of baseball.
Refsnyder has just been fabulous. Yeah, that will do it. I think they might go to a position player. They will. I mean, nobody's up in the bullpen now. They're just going to try to save the arm of Cionel Perez, and who knows who their designated position player pitcher is. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. Kickstart your summer with Nissan. Offers going fast to the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Now, the Red Sox have twice in this game scored 5 runs in 1 inning. It is a position player coming off the bench to pitch. We'll identify that right after this. 11-3 Red Sox in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, your New England Ford dealers remind you that this is the perfect time to check out all their great Ford truck offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on Ford F-150, built Ford tough and smarter than ever. The legendary Super Duty, our most capable heavy-duty pickup, and the turbocharged Ranger, ready for your next adventure. Visit buyfordnow.com and see why now's the time to buy or lease your new Ford truck.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Well, the Orioles do go to a position player. It's Emmanuel Rivera. 5th time in a big league game he'll pitch. There's still no outs in the 8th inning. 11-3 Red Sox. What is the score, if any, at which Alex Cora would consider a position player of his own? 20-3?
Yeah. You just play the odds. You're like, even if I'm rolling it up there, you can get 3 outs.
Here's Trevor Story to face Rivera, and a strike on the inside corner. They call it a changeup. That's just the old get it over from Rivera.
60 miles an hour.
A 1 is on the ground to the right side. To his left, Holiday has it. He throws to first in time. And there's 1 away.
Maybe it was a changeup because that one was 80. That was always the hardest thing facing position players is they would throw a really slow one and then they'd throw a firmer one. You know, that was their way of trying to get you off of it.
2 5-run innings in 1 game. Here is Narvaez. Don't get his timing off. They call that a slider, a little breaking ball from Rivera. Did you ever pitch in a big league game?
No, I didn't.
Well, no, you could have. Here's a change up on the corner. You were a great pitcher in high school. Would you have humped it up? Your manager probably would have told you not to. The 1-1 is ripped on the left field line. It's extra bases if fair, and of course it is. Off the CBS sign, Narvaez hits fast, he hits slow, he slides into second with a 1-out double. He's going to be a huge part of the Rookie of the Year conversation at this rate.
Another day of him being on base 3 times, a couple of hits and a walk, and tremendous behind the plate.
He's hit twice in this inning. Well, come to the plate twice anyway. A walk and now a double. You know, it's a little thing as Sogard comes up from the left side and he takes a slider for strike 1. That pick he made with the bases loaded,
huge
on the curveball. I mean, that keeps it a 3-run game.
It's so hard to pick a fastball too.
Here's a pitch to Sogard. A changeup misses outside. 1-1. 11-3 Red Sox. Felt like a bleak day earlier as Sogard takes a strike on the outside corner. Bregman left the game after he ripped a ball off the wall in the 5th inning. We thought it might be a hamstring or a groin. The Red Sox announced quad tightness, which, given the options, is not the worst thing. 1-2 slider fouled off on the third base side. And then, trailing 2-1, they put up 5 in the 6th, triggered by a 3-run blast from Devers. 5 in this 8th. With a 3-run blast from Refsnyder. Changeup misses outside. That's not a changeup. That's his heater right there. 84, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, the track man's a little off.
Well, I don't blame it. It's not queued up for catchers. Here's a liner on the ground into left field under the glove of Mateo. That's a base hit for Sogard. A little knuckler. Narvaez is over to third. Now, that caught leather, but they need to score that a hit for Nick Sogard.
It's hit hard. Mateo left his feet, went down to get it. Should he caught it? Yeah, but that's likely a hit.
So for Sogard, he's now got 2 hits and an RBI ground out. And now Christian Campbell.
We're not worried about Rivera's ERA. So.
No, we're not. 11-3, the pitch is in the dirt. Maybe this is something that could get Campbell unlocked a little bit here. 5 in. At the corners, 1 out. Rain, stay away for the nightcap. The 1-0 is low. 2-0 to Campbell. We've had enough rain in New England last couple days. 2 balls, no strikes. Pitch is inside, almost hit him. 3 balls and no strikes. Cedon is on deck. I really kind of want Devers to face this pitcher. The 3-0 is outside, ball 4. Come on. I mean, I know that it's 11-3, but that should be a walk for Campbell.
That's okay. It should, but at the same time, I want to hit. I want to hit against this guy.
3-1 is inside. Can't call that one a strike. So, ball 4. The bases are loaded to be Rafaela. The Red Sox need to get 1 more man on base, avoid a double play for Devers to hit. Because I don't know about you, Will. Look, he's hitting everything right now. I feel like against 65 in the middle of the plate, the Ted Williams seat might be in trouble.
You read my mind. I was like, I want him up there just to take a shot at it.
Here's the pitch to Cedon on the inside corner. 0-1. I mean, I guess you probably need some velocity coming in.
You're not reaching that seat. Nobody on this earth is reaching that seat.
And maybe nobody ever did. 0-1 to Cedon. The pitch is popped up, foul on the first base side, into the seats. It's 0-2. It's amazing how often you hear Red Sox hitters and pitchers look out there and say, there's no way.
I watched David Ortiz with a metal bat, and he didn't reach it.
Well, there you go. 0-2. I guess maybe the wind was 40 miles an hour out. The 0-2 is popped up in a shallow center field. Mullins drifts to his left. He's there to make the play. You don't tag up 11-3. They don't. And the bases stay loaded with 2 down for Duran.
Also, I don't know if you remember, I think it was 2012, Josh Hamilton for the Rangers hit an absolute tank that maybe got halfway from the top of the bullpen to the red seat.
Yeah.
And I eventually played with him in spring training when 2017 he was trying to make a comeback with the Rangers. And one of the first things I asked him was, hey, you remember this home run? Did you get all of it? He goes, bro, I hit that as hard as I possibly could.
And for him, that's saying something.
You remember the home run derby
to Duran?
at
Yes, I do.
Stadium, and he's hitting balls almost out of the stadium. And he's like, dude, I can't reach that.
1-0. Duran pops it foul on the third base side. And 1 to Duran. That's low. Of course, 502 feet away. Manny launched one onto Lansdowne that most people say was the hardest ball they ever saw hit over Lansdowne in the modern era. And, of course, they unofficially tracked it at 501. Changeup misses outside to Duran. It's 3-1. We're almost about to get our dream with Devers on deck. Come on. Could push it closer to 20-3. 3-1. It's 11-3 now as Duran takes ball 4. Well, Rivera has walked 2 in the inning. A run scores. It's 12-3 Red Sox. And here comes Raffy. The one thing you don't want, not that he's possible to be a victim in this spot as hot as he is, just don't disrupt the timing.
It's hard to disrupt his timing.
Right now it is. Base is loaded. The pitch is way outside. Raffy stood straight up. Takes a ball, and it's 1-0. Devers last time singled to left. Here he stands up again. Rivera's just not thrown nearly close enough to the zone to get swings. It's 2-0. The pitch is in there on the outside corner. He does that one more time. I think Raffy might offer.
It's a deceptive 56.
That was a real heavy ball. 2-1.
That's called gravity.
Pitch is swung on and driven high and deep into right field at the track, at the wall. Gone! A grand slam for Devers, his second this week, and it is 16-3.
8 RBIs today. I don't care if you're facing the bat pull. It goes on the back of the baseball card. You love that. Single, 3-run homer, grand slam. Have a day.
We wanted him to face his pitcher Rivera for a reason, and he did not disappoint. That's amazing.
My goodness.
So he's got a 7 RBI game and an stake day now as Abraham Toro takes strike at the bottom of the zone. 0-1.
8 RBIs. That puts him up to 47.
Here's a shot into left field. That's going to get down off the track, one hop the base of the wall. And Abraham Toro's into second.
This is turning into Oprah. You get a hit. You get a hit. You get an RBI.
You get a car. So it's 16-3. We're still not in position player zone yet for the Red Sox, are we?
Yes, I think so.
Getting close.
I think so. If you can save Slayton, he just threw 8 pitches.
I wonder who it would be.
I just honestly, I think we probably still just see Slayton go out there.
Here's Refsnyder. He lines one up the middle into center field. Toro will be waved home. He'll score. It's going to be 17-3 Red Sox. I mean, you have to give Refsnyder the RBI. The unwritten rule of this kind of a score, I mean, it's you put the position player out there, let's go.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that, by the way, 3 hits for Refsnyder, 4 RBIs for him. And there's Trevor again.
You do not, against a position player, want to make 2 of the outs in an inning. He let off the frame of the ground out here. He swings and misses. 84 miles an hour, and it's 0-1.
Rivera's just been flipping 56 in there, and all of a sudden he got 84.
So a 3-run homer in this inning from Refsnyder and a slam from Devers. Trevor drives one high and foul on the third base side out of play, and it's 0-2. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan post-game show. Kickstart your summer with Nissan. These offers are going fast to the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Obviously, the highest scoring inning of the year, 11 runs in. It's a football score, 17-3, the 0-2 outside.
I mean, the offense needed this. They needed one of these days where they could just get that feeling again of just pummeling someone, because the runs just haven't been there over the last week.
1-2 is ripped down the left field line and foul.
Screamer into the stands.
Evan Benson announcing something about Devers' RBI total. I think 8 has got to be his career high.
I want to say he's done it before.
Maybe back at 2017. 1-2. To Story. 11 runs in. Here's the 1-2. And it is ripped high and deep down the left field line. This is going to catch some green. It's way off by the Jim Beam sign. It is misplayed again out there by O'Hearn. Refsnyder had stopped. He heads to third. It'll be a double for Story. And the Orioles are making a mess of this inning.
Look, I know it's a position player, but goodness gracious, did Trevor Story need a hard hit ball just to see what the feeling was. A good sign for him. Just to hit the ball hard, because it has just not been happening for Trevor Story.
Here is Carlos Narvaez. Doubled his last time, and a changeup, well, whatever that is, at 58 for strike 1. Devers now, with his 8 RBIs today, leads the major leagues with 47 as Narvaez takes strike 2.
And after the start he had to this season, imagine that.
I mean, he's almost hitting 300 now. 0-2, the pitch is ripped down the right field line. This thing headed toward the pesky pole in the corner, and it is a fair ball. It bounces off the wall, and 2 more runs will score. Refsnyder and Story touch home plate. It is 19-3.
Goodness gracious.
Carlos Narvaez has his 3rd hit. And the Red Sox are rolling here in Game 1.
Well, you asked for 20. We're almost there.
Here is Sogard, another base hit into left field, and at 19-3, you will hold him. Narvaez at 3rd. So this is a career high for Devers. I mean, 6 runs batted in. Last time he did that, July of 2019. But he also now has his 19th 2-homer game. 3-run shot and a slam. Campbell takes inside. And, of course, you know, the slam was really fun in this 8th inning. But the 3-run blast in the 6th was an enormous swing.
Oh, huge.
Here is Campbell taking low, and it's 2-0. This is why it is a little bit of an eyesore when position players do come on.
Yeah.
You understand it, but it can get really ugly. 13 runs are in as Campbell takes inside, and it's 3-0.
I mean, the longer this game lasts, the better for me. It's less I got to go doing pre- and post-game show out there.
You might get another lobster roll out of it. 3-0 to Campbell is a strike on the inside corner.
I mean, we're rolling from this post-game show right into Friday Fenway or whatever, and it's going straight into the next game.
What an inning this is. A drive into right field, hanging up. Kjerstad comes on. He's there to make the play. However, the Red Sox in the inning score 13 runs. And going to the ninth, they lead 19-3 on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your dream getaway
Welcome in.
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Comienza el verano con los ahorros de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Obtén 5 bolsas de Mulch Scott's Naturescapes de 1.5 pies cúbicos por $10. Además, ahorra hasta 40% en electrodomésticos selectos y ahorra $50 por cada compra de $500 en electrodomésticos selectos de $396 o más. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/28. Oferta de Mulch excluye Alaska y Hawaii. Selección varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com.
Hey, I'm Tyke Sinatra here with my co-host,
Investigator Slater.
and together we host the true crime podcast, Psychopedia,
It's true crime infused with comedy.
making it a crimedy.
Available on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to your podcasts.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
Hey Google, cool down my car.
and,
Hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Abraham Toro is going to pitch for the Red Sox as we go into the top of the ninth. This is his first ever appearance on the mound, and he throws the gravity ball in 37 miles an hour.
Holy
Brock Holt is looking on.
That got my attention.
Brock Holt has the slowest ever pitch on record. There's a shot down the left field line on a 34-mile-an-hour pitch. It bangs off the CBS sign. Duran plays the carom throw to second. Close play, but Mateo, a very awkward-looking slide into second. It's a leadoff double.
Well, it's 19-3. It's okay. All right, you're playing the odds here that, you're able to just run into some outs.
The number to watch here is 31.1 miles an hour. That's the slowest ever recorded, thrown by the Brock Star. Here's Jackson Holliday, and this is going to test it. There's a shot to first over the head and down the right field line, and it's going to be a hit for Holliday that's going to score Mateo. So back-to-back doubles. You know this is the risk, but you have now a 15-run lead. Again, at 11-3, they were not going to do this. But when you put 13 runs up, you're trying to save Slayton, save Chapman. And so now it's really just a race against time.
That's all it is, right? And the you don't want to waste an arm here with the innings that the bullpen's been using.
Here's Adley Rutschman. He takes outside. This is one where literally you're just hoping that the odds of baseball even out. You get some hard hit balls at people. Connor Wong, by the way, is in as the first baseman. The 1-0 is low, and it's 2-0. Alex Cora hates to do this usually, but as overworked as the bullpen has been, I really don't think he has any choice but to do exactly this. 2-0. 19-4 Red Sox. That is low. 3-0. And look, the Devers homer was fun. So too the Refsnyder blast. Baseball's not real good when position players throw. The 2-3-0 is a strike, which is why they've made it so hard. You got to be leading by 10 or trailing by 8 runs to use position players. 3-1 is not close. That's an easy take for Rutschman to all four.
Yeah, you don't want to. I know it can make it. You think it's a lot tougher when you're just lobbing them in there, but you just got to try to just throw strikes. Don't worry about the speed of it. Just do whatever.
Just play catch.
Lay it in there. That's all it is.
So 2 doubles and a walk. Orioles have a run in. It's 19-4. He throws, and that is on a line into left field. That's a base hit for Gunnar Henderson. They will hold Holiday over at third, and now the bases are loaded. The one thing I do wonder about, you really are so reluctant until maybe like 6, 7, 8 more runs, 9 runs score to get Chapman up.
Yeah.
You might try somebody else.
I was just try another position player.
Like maybe swap Wong and Toro. We'll see. Here's the pitch, and it is popped up into shallow right field. Coming on Refsnyder. He'll get there and make the play. Tagging at third is Holiday. He's going to try to score. The throw is cut off by Wong. So a sac fly by Ryan Mountcastle. And it is 19-5. More of that. I mean, that's the idea. Just let them hit it at people.
That's it.
And now here's Ryan O'Hearn. 14-run Red Sox lead. Some incredible numbers offensively. A swing and a miss by O'Hearn.
O'Hearn had a nice laugh after the swing and miss. He looked at Toro and just smiled at him.
0-1. That is on a line into right field. That's a base hit. Rutschman will head to third. He'll be held there as Cedon comes on. I mean, think about some of these offensive days that the Red Sox hitters are having. Duran is 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs and 3 runs scored. Devers 4 for 6, 3 runs scored, 8 driven. And by the way, he's out of the game. Wong takes his spot. They lose the DH, making Toro the pitcher as that one goes to the backstop, but Rutschman will not try it from third. Toro is 2 for 3. He came on for Bregman. Refsnyder 3 for 5 with a homer and 4 driven in. Carlos Narvaez 3 for 5. He's driven in 2 and scored 2. 1-0 to Ramon Urias, who's got 2 hits. The pitch is popped up on the right side of the infield. Campbell back onto the outfield grass. He's there to make the play. Infield fly was on, and the Red Sox are 1 out away. Sogard 3 for 6. Rafael has driven in a couple. I mean, it's been unbelievable. 5 Red Sox hitters have more than 2 hits in the game. 2 down. Here's Mullins with the bases loaded. He grounds it on the right side. Should do it. Campbell makes the play. Throws to first in time, and the ball game is over. 19-5. The Red Sox lift off against the O's. 8 RBIs from Rafi Devers, and Boston overcomes another short start from Brian Bale. 19-5 the final. Nissan postgame show next on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Your dream getaway,
Welcome in.
starts at the airport. With Amex Platinum, you get access to the Centurion Lounge where you can find space to send off that last work email, fill up on premium dining, and finally, relax for up to 3 hours before takeoff. You might even wish your layover could last just a little longer.
Flight to Mexico, now boarding.
Oh, that's me.
That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply. For more information, visit americanexpress.com/withAmex.
Ya llegaron los descuentazos de Memorial Day en Lowe's. Miembros de MyLowe's ahorran $80 en una parrilla a gas Master Forge de 4 quemadores a solo $149. También ahorran $900 en un refrigerador Hisense con puertas francesas exclusivo de Lowe's a solo $999. Lowe's, nosotros ayudamos, tú ahorras. Válido hasta 5/26. El león varía por lugar. Detalles en Lowe's.com. Programa sujeto a términos y condiciones. Detalles en Lowe's.com/terms. Sujeto a cambios.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow the Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI. This is the Nissan postgame show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Red Sox rout the O's in Game 1 of a doubleheader today, 19-5. The final score, 19 runs, 20 hits, no errors, 10 left for the Sox. 5 runs, 14 hits, 2 errors, and 11 stranded for the O's. 3 hours and 12 minutes in front of 31,000 paid. Not that many here today on the unscheduled start time at 1:35. Whitlock the win. He goes to 3-0. Dominguez falls to 2-1 with the loss. Now the Red Sox back to 500, 26 up and 26 down. You're listening to the Nissan postgame show. Kickstart your summer with Nissan. Offers going fast to the Nissan Summer Sales Event. Shop your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. We'll be back with more from Fenway after a 19-5 win on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Helmets keep kids safe on their bikes. Seatbelts keep them safe in the car. But when it comes to technology, what's keeping them safe from the mental and physical harms of the online world, like cyberbullies, predators, or digital depression and doom scrolling? Aura AI's powered family safety app gives parents the tools to do just that. It offers a deep, personalized understanding of your child's online world and gives tailored recommendations on how to keep them healthy, happy, and safe. Go to aura.com/radio to try for free. Aura is the official family online safety partner of the Boston Red Sox.
Get sizzling this Memorial Day with the amazing 4-day sale at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Joe. Beef sirloin steak tips value pack now just $6.97 a pound when you use the digital coupon. Limit 2, that's right. Put steak kebabs on your Memorial Day menu. Save on steak tips today when you shop with the Shaw's app. You get amazing deals and earn points at every purchase. Short on time, order ahead for free curbside pickup or delivery. 4-day sale ends Monday. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
Memorial Day doorbuster deals are here at Lowe's. Right now, rewards members save $80 on the Master Forge 4-burner gas grill, now just $149. Plus, rewards members save $900 on the Lowe's exclusive Hisense French door refrigerator, now only $999. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 5/26. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
The Nissan Rogue with available Google built-in helps you make the most of your drive. Take care of the small stuff, like,
Hey Google, cool down my car.
And,
Hey Google, turn on the dog feeder.
or change up your adventure.
Hey Google, navigate me to the nearest music venue.
Handle your drive like a pro.
Experience the ultimate connection in the Nissan Rogue. Nissan offers 6 vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000. Visit your local Nissan store and NissanUSA.com today. Not equipped on all vehicles. Requires compatible device. Sequences shortened and simulated. Activation of Nissan Connect services package required. Only use features when safe and legal to do so. Data rates may apply. Subject to third-party service availability. Google Play, and Google Maps are trademarks of Google LLC. Available on Nissan Altima, Kicks, Leaf, Rogue, Sentra, and Versa. All prices are manufacturer suggested retail price. MSRP for base models. MSRP excludes destination and handling charges, tax, title, license, and options. Dealer sets actual prices.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
With McValue at McDonald's, you don't just get deals on the drinks, you get deals on McDonald's drinks. So when you're breaking a sweat, embrace the chill without breaking the bank. And when your crew is running on empty, keep your wallet full while refreshing the squad.
Don't just pass the vibe check. Ace it with drinks like Coke Zero, Dr. Pepper, or any size soft drink for $1.39. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturo Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
This call to the bullpen gives you a chance to check out all the great Ford SUV offers at buyfordnow.com. You'll find special deals on the award-winning Ford SUV lineup that you won't see advertised anyplace else. Whether you plan to buy from your Ford dealer's inventory or custom order your new SUV, visit buyfordnow.com and see how much you can save. And then see your New England Ford dealers for your new SUV.
For the best deal on tires, head to Town Fair Tire. We beat every competitor every day on every tire. Tire dealers, we beat them. Clubs, we beat them. Online prices, we beat them. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire. You can count on reliable fence.
Hi, I'm Mike.
And I'm Mark, the owners of Reliable Fence, New England's leading fencing company.
We're a family-owned business that has delivered unbeatable value for over 70 years. Gramps thought that if he gave the best customer service with the best fence product, people would notice. And they have, with a 4.7-star Google rating from over 650 reviews.
That's right, Mike. Our high-quality fences protect and beautify your property, and always at a fair price. Plus, our dedicated year-round staff is always here for all your needs.
And right now, you can save big with our annual Spring Into Savings sale, where you'll save 20%.
If you've been thinking about getting a new fence or replacing an old one, now's the perfect time to take advantage of our awesome Spring Into Savings sale and save 20%.
Just go to reliablefencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com for the best fence around.
Reliable